Well, hey there. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you're watching a music teacher's reaction live in real time to the ysviii Lacrimosa original soundtrack. I've never heard this music before in my life. I've also never played this game. So I'm going into this thing with no prior knowledge, no idea of what's about to happen. And so come on this wild, wonderful, perhaps indeed wacky journey we're about to go on, discovering this incredible music. Hey there, chat. We're live. Show me some love down there in the chat. Type a 2 in the chat, because we're live. Yeah. All right. Let's do this thing. Rocking and a rolling. Thank you to J2O Juiced for making the playlist we're about to use today. Let's rock and roll. We're going to start off with Open Ver. Turn this up a little bit. All right, we're going to try something new today. We're going to call this Theme A. And now I'm going to do my best to remember Theme A. Okay, so what we just heard, well, I want to try calling that Theme A. Now, what I'm going to try and do is every other time we hear Theme A, I'm going to do my darndest, my dangdest, to point it out to you as being Theme A again. So let's try this next one. So we're looking for the ma-di-da-da, 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 dee-boop-ba-da-da. We're going to be looking for that over and over again, if I can remember it. So this is going to be the challenge for today. This one is called Being Slow on the Waves. That's a good way to fall off your surfboard. Let's check it out. It does sound very familiar. I agree with you, Smash Matt. I think it's based off a piece of classical music. It's like theme A, a little bit. So, while we didn't directly hear theme A here, we heard what we could perhaps characterize as theme B, but we actually heard moments that were gesturing after theme A, where theme A would fit if only it was played there. So you can hear that even though theme A is not being played here, we go ba-da-da-da, 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 and it kind of works over what's happening. So in this way, maybe intentional, maybe not, the composer is actually leaving space where it would go, and they're taking it away where theme A could go and not putting it there on purpose so that you have a different sound. But theme A would kind of fit there too. Now, if we're playing the game, we could put theme A anywhere now. I mean, really, like, let's see. I'm just saying. If you have a creative mind, you can put theme A anywhere. Indeed. Theme A goes anywhere. Let's check out A Modest Banquet. I don't know. A modest banquet? I feel like a banquet's a banquet. It's like, have you ever gone to an all-you-could-eat buffet and said, this was only a modest... I mean, it's an all-you-could-eat buffet. How is it modest? So I'll actually point out something really cool here. First of all, the theme A would work totally over this. Right. So it's like you're leaving space for theme A to work there, but no theme A indeed. Now, something cool that's happening here is what's happening is the same chord is sitting on top of notes that are lower that are changing. Now, we could think about this as slash chords if we were to write them down, but we're not writing them down. So we're going to think about these as kind of inversions-ish. So what we have up top is a D major chord. And then what we do is we're walking down a D major scale. So to walk down a D major scale, well, first let's walk up. So it'd be D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. So that's whole, whole, half, starting from D. And we're calculating wholes and half steps, saying that from, okay, so, well, there's 7 notes of music, A, B, C, D, F, G. Okay, and then those 7 notes repeat. So we go A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G, blah, 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 like that. Now there's extra notes that fill in to actually make 12 notes. So we say A sharp, or B flat. A sharp and B flat, they're one note. So we have A sharp and B flat, B, C sharp and D flat, D sharp and E flat, E, F sharp and G flat, G sharp and A flat, A. And those are the 12 notes of music. So what we're doing is we're saying a half step is from one note to the next. You see how I'm going up by one metal thing on my guitar instead of 2 metal things? There's 2 metal things, a whole step, 1 metal thing is a half step. So we're going whole, half, whole, half. And the notes when we go up whole half are D, E, F sharp, G, A, B, C sharp, D. Why are we saying F sharp instead of G flat? Because we can only have one of each letter in a major scale. So you can't have 2 Gs. So no G flat and J, you have to have the F because F sharp, G. Now, we're walking down the scale. So going D, C sharp, B, coming back up, C sharp, D. Yeah, by the way, if that teaching was a little fast for you, go back and watch it again. Was like 3 half-an-hour classes of music theory broken down into like 3 seconds. Okay, then after that, walk all the way down to A. So D, C sharp, B, A. What a beautiful thing. So we're keeping D major up top and just changing the note that's underneath. Beautiful. And that's part of what makes theme A work over. There you go. Let's check out this next one, which is called A Deadly, A Temptation. Okay, this was a lot of fun to play along with because for the most part, it was predictable what was going to happen. Not predictable in a bad way, just predictable as in like using my knowledge of music theory, I could say like, I think I know what's going to happen next. Now, that being said, let's talk about what actually happened. So we're in the key of C sharp minor. So C is 1, D is 2, E is 3, F is 4, G is 5, A is 6, B is 7. And we're not going to talk about the sharps and flats. There was some kind of C, some kind of D. Okay, so we have C to A to B to C. Let's actually get a little bit more. So we're just doing that a whole bunch. Then it goes to 5, to 6, to essentially what is 5 again, but in third inversion, it could also be a passing chord, which would be 7, fully diminished, 2, 1, 2, 2. Right, and then if I'm not incorrect, then it went to 1 to 4. Yeah. 4. To the 5 of 5. To 5. So a bunch of secondary dominants turning us around. And one of the things that sounds classical there. Hey, thank you, new subscriber Dan Var. Oh, hey, Dan Var. Great to see ya. What we have here is secondary dominance. And this idea of secondary dominance is what makes this sound like it sounds a little classical. Like, type a 2 in the chat if that sounded a little bit classical. Type a 2 in the chat. Right down there. Type a 2. Type a 2 if that sounded a little classical to you. Yeah, Dan Var says yes. Sounded a little classical. Anyone else? Anyone else? Did that sound classical? If it didn't, that's fine. Okay, so the reason why this sounds classical, even though there's like screaming electric guitar and like double kick drum going on, like it's metal. By the way, hi, Dur. Good to see you, first time chatter. What we have going on here is something called secondary dominance. And that is what makes it sound classical. Is when you chain a bunch of secondary dominants in a row, it's going to sound classical. And I will show you how and why. So we have, let's see, 5 to essentially what is 5 flat 9 or passing diminished. It doesn't matter. And then we go to 1. Now from 1, now we're going to the 5 of 4. So the 4 chord is F sharp minor. But instead of just going from 1 to 4, we go to what is going to be the 5 of 4. So if 5 is F sharp, now we're going to think about, okay, agree with me here. Sorry. If 4 is, I'm going so fast, I'm out talking myself. So 4 is F sharp. Now we're going to think of 4 as being 1. So now 4 is no longer 4, 4 is 1. Ready? Rip. Okay, 4 is 1. F sharp is 1. So what's 5 of 4? 5 of 4 is C sharp. F sharp, G sharp, A, B, C sharp. Okay, so we take 5 of 4, which used to be our 1, but it's now going to be our 5 of 4. And we make the quality of the chord dominant. The quality is how the chord sounds. So this is a minor, that's major, this is dominant. It's different ways of, different flavors of chords that all have the same note. See, lowest note, minor. Lowest note stays the same. Major. Lowest note stays the same. Dominant. A different color, a different quality. So now we have the 5 of 4, which pushes us to 4. Then we have the 5 of 5, which pushes us to 5. And anytime you go, anytime you use secondary dominants, or if you chain secondary dominants together, it's just going to sound classical. Yes, and round we go. So that's what makes that sound classical, is the use of secondary dominants. Okay, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. With sunshine, coastline, hey, hey, hey. Parallel major, baby. Alright, so much cool stuff going on in the song. We're actually going to go through, I'm actually just going to talk you through what's going on. I'm turn the volume down a little bit and talk you through what's happening. So this is so cool. So we're basically going to be in the key of C minor. And I'll tell you why we're in the key of C minor. We're not in the key of E flat major, even though the main chord progression of the song, is actually in E flat major. Now, the relationship between E flat major and C minor is something called the relative major to relative minor. It means they share the same exact notes. The scale of E flat major and the scale of C natural minor, they share the same exact notes. There's no difference between them. For one, we just start on E flat. The other one, we just start on C. It's kind of like, well, I don't know, twins. You know, you can tell they're a little different, but they both have the same DNA. That's basically what we're looking at with relative major and minor. Now, the reason why I'm going to say this is in the key of C minor is because it spends most of the time of the song in C minor, even though the principal chord progression of the song is, in fact, emphasizing E flat major. That being said, let's go ahead and rock and roll through this. I think we have a first time. Let's get rock and roll. Okay. Okay. 6, 4, 1, 5. But if we're thinking about C minor, then it's 1, 6, 3, 7. Turn it up a little bit more. 6, 7, 6, 7 again. And then right there, from 7, that right there, that's a leading tone bringing us back to 1. Now this leading tone means one of two things. It means either we're putting a diminished chord in there, to bring us back to C minor, or it is indeed the third of a secondary dominant, which we just talked about, because that B right there, that's the B is the third of the secondary dominant, that is G7, which brings us back to C. And then right there at the end of the chorus, we have 1, flat 7, flat 6, flat 7, a very typical minor chord progression. And that's a lot of the song. It did a couple other things. It did go to a bridge, but breaking the song down in terms of the chord progressions, that's basically the meat of what was going on there. Very cool to see that even though the chord progression at first, this really is... This is very common chord progression. Oh, you didn't know. You gonna know when it starts to snow. You gonna know when you let it go. Like so many songs use this chord progression, just major. But then in the pre-chorus, it's and then the chorus really is minor. Cool. And if you guys have any questions about the music as we go, please feel free to pop them in the chat. Also, if I'm going too fast, I'm going a little fast today. If I'm going too fast, let me know in the chat too. Okay, this one is called Whimsical Vacation. Whimsical Vacation. Let's check it out. Turn it back up. All right, again, really interesting chord progression. I love what's going on here. We'll go through it and I'll talk you through what's going on. So right here, it starts out essentially on what is an A flat 7. Now, because we're starting here, we think that this is 1 because we get introduced to this as the first sound of the piece of music. So we think, or at least I thought, because I didn't know what was going to happen because I can't see the future. I know about music, but I don't know anything about the future. So I didn't know what the future was going to hold. And we heard this A flat 7. So we think this is 1. Turns out this is really 5. Even though the melodies Mixolydian and everything. And right here, we see what the 1 has been all along. Really, we've been in D flat. We're going 1, 4 in D flat, so going D flat to G flat. Hold on. 6. Alright, it's 5, right? Oh, B flat. Oh, I get it. So, what we're doing is, in this second part of the song, it's going to be essentially what we're going to call 1 is D flat to G flat, D flat to G flat to B flat, which we're going to think of as being 6. Then we're going to go to E flat 7, which is really the 5 of 5. Look at us with secondary dominance yet again. 5 of 5, which turns us around to the 5. And then we go 5, back to 1. Is what's going on in the chords here. Woof! Type a 3 in the chat if you're having fun. Type a 3. Type a 3. Type a 3. Type a 3. I could have done better passing through my break there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, this next one's called Smash Up. Yes, please. And I just want to grab that main riff there. Ah. Oh no, I'm losing it. Alright, cool. Close enough. Okay, so many cool, fun things going on in this song. I'm actually going to talk you through it as we go through it. By the way, type a 2 in the chat if you're enjoying me talking you through things as we go through it after we listen to it. Type a 2 in the chat if you're enjoying me talking you through things as we listen to it. 2. 2. That's 2 of you. I need more than 2 of you. Come on. Give me some love, y'all. Give me some 2s. Give me some 2s. Oh, hey, Manini boy. I didn't know you're on the stream. Great to see you. The thing is, when I'm in OBS, I can't actually see how many people are watching. I can only see that when I'm in the Twitter thing. Anywho, let's get after this. So, this part right now, we think we're in F sharp minor. But then we turn around. Now we're actually in E minor. So we modulated. So we start off. Whatever it is, right? We do that first lick. Then we turn around. Now all of a sudden we're in E minor. Who ever heard of such a thing? Actually going to the relative major there, G. Seven, 6, flat 3, 6, 5. We go to the 5 of 5. Hang on, I think we do. No. 2, 5, so, right. 5, there we go. It's F sharp, half diminished we go to. Back to 1. Flat 7, flat 6, flat 3, flat 6, 5, back to 1. Six, 7, 1, flat 7, 4, 5. Huh. And then right there, it went 1, 7, 1, 7 to major 4 in first inversion. Because really what's happening there, it's an A major with the C sharp in the bottom. But, you know, it sounds a little cooler than just that. It's. And then what did they do? Yeah, and then A, then 4, 5. So it's 1, flat 7, really, major 4 in first inversion, minor 4 implied, 5, to 6, to flat 6, flat 7, 4, 5, 6, flat 6, 7. Now what it's doing here. And then, okay, so this is really interesting. So we think that this is taking us back home because it goes flat 6, flat 7. But then instead of coming back home to E, it goes flat 6, flat 7 to up a half step to E flat to F, which then actually brings us home to a new home, which is G. So far, in 1 minute and 23 seconds, we've had 3 musical homes. The first one was F sharp. Whatever it is. And then we went to the E, being our home. Oh my god, I played that terribly. I'm sorry. I was thinking the guitar's a little out of tune. Then we brought ourselves to a new home. So cool. Hey, I'm going to tune my guitar while we start listening to the next one. The one's called Alone on the deserted island, and I'm loving the variety. See, I heard the first two songs, I was like, oh, we're in for a nice relaxed OST, and it's like, no, you wasn't. Let's check it out. All right, so really interesting again. What we're seeing is a pattern in this OST of changing musical homes. What do I mean by changing musical homes? I mean that the tonic area, and indeed the key, is shifting between different keys during the song. So in this song, it starts off in what we think is going to be D minor. And indeed, we hear D minor, and it's relative major. Remember, all the same notes. Not the same notes in the chord, but the same notes in the scale. We hear the relative major key tonic. We hear an F major, which would be flat 3, if we're thinking about it from D minor. So we have... something. And then, I'll talk you through it. F major 7, F major. Sorry, B flat major. That's my bad. We're going to 6. Flat 6. Back to essentially what is D minor. All of a sudden, B major. B major 7. Taking us up to D sharp or D, E flat minor, up 1/2 step. Well, okay, so it's C flat, E flat, and then back to D. Like, what a wild ride to be changing and having a key change like that of a 1/2 step. It's wonderful. It's wacky. It's wild. I love it. Excuse me. Let's check out this next one. It's called A Waterdrop in the Dark. So, this is called Waterdrop in the Dark, but I have to ask. All right, type a 1 in the chat if you have played this game. Type a 1 in the chat if you have played this game. Type a 1. Type a 1. Okay. All right, well, I have questions, guys. Oh, hey, Joe, bro. How's it going? It's been a while. Great to see you. Okay, so my question is, when this song is happening, is there something like uncertain or changing or something happening behind the scenes or big things are changing that we don't know about yet? I know that was a couple different things, but I'm trying to take a stab in the general direction of many different things happening, many different puzzle pieces moving. And I could be completely wrong. Well, I'm wondering if that's happening in the game at this point. Confirm, yes, no. Maybe. What you got for me? Am I right? Am I wrong? Talk to me, chat. Field theme in a cave. Okay. What's going on? Are there things happening in the dark in the cave that we can't see? Or maybe it's just that we're imagining things could be going on in the dark. Is there danger in this game? Like, is this a game where, like, you could run into something that could attack you? Okay. Well, we will move forward. Anyway, the feeling it is. Thank you, Pikachu. Right, okay, so it's like the feeling of all these changes in this piece of music, it feels a little unsettling. It's like... It's like there's so many different pieces of the puzzle that are moving around that all those different key changes, because the key just changed a bunch of times in this piece. And it's very interesting to feel that gives you that unsettling feeling, unsettled feeling. Ah, and there are enemies that can be too strong too. Oh, that's fun. I like games like that. If you've ever watched me play Assassin's Creed, you know I like to get about 2 skills and then go to the hardest place. All right, this next one's called The Drifting Village. Let's do this thing. Welcome, No Name. Ha! Okay. So a couple really interesting things here. One of which I really want to point out. By the way, hi, first-time chatter. H. Flowen. Great to see ya. H. Flowen says, Ys games often use music to set the tone for the environment in an adventure-oriented style. Your breakdown was very accurate. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I felt like I was stabbing in a general direction of what I was trying to say. Okay, so something really cool about what's going on here is the change between these two chords. It creates a very particular emotion. And the change is we take a 1 chord and we go to a flat 2 chord. And the flat 2 chord is also going to be major. So we have anyway, lost the plot halfway through there. But the whole point is we're taking a 1. Now, that chord progression, you may have heard that like a bajillion times, especially in older movies that are trying to like depict like Egypt or the Middle East or things like that. Like, you're like, sprung, sprung. And in fact, I watched a masterclass with this one guitar player who had been a session musician on a bunch of old movies. And he had this one lick he would play that used those 2 chords, if I'm not mistaken. That went basically 1 to flat 1 to 1. And what would happen is the directors would be like, all right, now I need you to play something that's going to evoke a desert. And he would play, I don't know the exact lick he would do, but he would do something like this. Obviously, it would be more fancy the way he did it. But basically those 2 chords. And the director would be like, oh, yes, that's great. Then you have someone else who'd be like, oh, we need something for a vibe for like a hidden temple. He'd be like, I have just the thing. And he played the same exact thing. And so there's a couple of old movies you can go back. You can actually hear the same instrument players playing like the same exact things for multiple different scenes and multiple different contexts in different movies, because it just captures that feeling of something mysterious, a little new, a little different. It captures that feeling. Because it captures that feeling, it's used with great effect. This episode is called The Footprint in the Wet Sands. Sands, too. Exactly, H. Flowen. Well, to say that I tracked every single chord that happened in there first time through would not be telling the truth, because boy, was that changing fast. And you can tell because when I can predict what's going to happen, when I know what's going to happen, I'm playing along. And when it's changing in a way that I have no idea where it's going, I put my hands up to stop myself from playing. Like, hang on. We don't know what's happening right now. So, a lot of interesting things going on here. One of which was actually hearing a chord progression we heard before. And the chord progression we heard before, at least the same chords, is... There we go. Better. Okay, so check this out. See, already there, it's changing. But what we had there was a 1, flat 7, excuse me, flat 6, flat 7, to 5, 1, yeah. So, unfortunately, I'm not going to get every single thing that happened in that one, but that's okay. We're all on a journey to get better at music, even music teachers. Yeah, No Name says I sometimes use that progression on my songs. It's a great progression. It sounds amazing. It's like so many songs use that chord progression for a very good reason. It sounds really cool. It's a really cool chord progression. Like, we hear that chord progression going all the way back to the 70s, maybe 60s. I know for a fact we hear it in the 70s. It's been around for a minute, and it's well worn, well used, and for very good reason. It's a tremendous chord progression. So glad to hear you're using it with great effect, No Name. And make sure you submit some of your songs. It's time we do a community submission. Okay, this next one is called Sound of the Night. Well, that started off like Undertale. Parallel major. Oh. A lot of cool things happening. I'm going to break down the chords for you as we go. We're going to go through one more time, and I'm going to break down for you what's going on as we go through it. Here we go. 1, Sorry. Flat 6. Flat 7. 1. Hey, let me grab that second chord. What's going on there? Oh, that is kind of a 7. But it's not. Oh, yeah, to 5. Okay. So it's 1 to 5 minor. 1 minor. 5. Flat 6. Flat 7. What's really cool right there is it goes sus4 to the parallel major. Now, if you watched my... What did I just react to? And Echo. If you watch my and Echo streams, you'll know that all the time there they ended at the parallel majors. We actually just heard what we will call the and Echo chord version. Chord progression. I don't know what's happening with my brain today. Now right there we actually heard a secondary dominant, or indeed leading tone. So that right there is like saying 5-7. That one note there implies a whole lot. Back to 6. Flat 7. 4. 5. So it's 1 sus4 to the parallel major. So minor 4 to minor 5. It's a flat 6, flat 7, 1. 4. Minor 5. Again, right there, that sound, right there, that's really, it's implying a whole lot. It's like basically saying we're on 5. And then it goes like that for some time, going minor 4, minor 5, flat 6, flat 7, 1. Minor 4, minor 5, flat 6, flat 7. Leading tone, back to 1. Okay, this next one is called Woods of Elevated Coral Reef. Seems like someone's confused about how wood works, but we're going to go ahead and check it out. parallel major again. So we're hearing a whole bunch of parallel major and parallel minor being used. Now, I'm going to break down that difference for you so you understand what's happening and why I always break out in a big smile and love it, because I love it. I love it when major and minor mix together. Oh, gosh. On some level, we could call that modal mixture. And technically you could call it modal mixture. But, you know, if you don't understand modes, then you don't understand what that means. So let's not call it modal mixture. Let's call it alternating between the parallel major and parallel minor. So what's really cool about this is that you can set up a song that you're going to expect a certain sound. Now, I'm going to set this up for you, and you're going to agree with me. So a little bit of participation here. So here we go. Type of 1 when you feel like you expect the pattern of the chords. Like when you feel like you know what's going to happen next, because I'm playing the same thing over again. When you feel like you've clocked the pattern, type of 1 in the chat. Type of 1 in the chat when you can hear the pattern. Okay, now, when I say go, this pattern's going to change. This is home base right here. We're at home base now. This is home base. This is home base now. Now what's happening is we're ending on a minor chord. Now I'm going to play it again. This time I'm going to end on the parallel major. Type of 2 if you heard the difference on that last time compared to every single time before. Type of 2 if you could hear the difference. Type of 3 if you couldn't hear the difference. Okay, and so what's happening with this switch between the parallel major and the parallel minor is the composer setting your ear up to expect a different thing. Well, not everything. The composer's setting you up to expect the same thing. The composer's setting you up to say, okay, I expect there to be a minor at the end of this. I expect there to be minor. Yes. I expect there to be minor. I expect there to be minor. I expect there to be minor. Is there a minor? No, there's major. And that's what I love so much, is composers setting expectations. They set your ear up to think one thing's going to happen, and then whoosh, they change it and something completely different happens. Love it. That's the difference between parallel major and parallel minor. If you feel like you have fully understood the difference between parallel major, parallel minor, type a number 5 in the chat. Let me see the 5s. Let me see the 5s. Excuse me. Type a 5 in the chat, because this one's called Lost in the Green. Okay, did you guys not fully understand? Type of 3 if you did not fully understand. Type of 3 if you did not fully understand. Type of 5 if you did fully understand. 3 if you did not understand. Type of 5 if you did understand. Okay, 3. H flowing didn't quite get it. That's okay. We'll come back to it, H flowing. Anyone else not totally get it? It's okay to admit you didn't totally get it. Ash said only just got here. Gonna have to rewatch VOD. 3, probably best to cover it again. Okay. So look, guys, the connection is we have a note. We have a note. Great, no names, got it. We have this note right here. This is our home base note. And off this note, we can build any type of chord we want. Okay, we can build a minor chord. We can build a major chord. We can build a dominant 7 chord. We can build a diminished chord. Fully diminished 7. We could build anything we want off this one note. And your ear thinks that this note is home base. So every time we get back to here, your ear thinks we're home. Now you're expecting there to be a minor chord on top of this note. But if instead we keep that same lowest note and we change the chord to be major instead of minor, that's the relationship, and that's what we mean by parallel. Parallel means that the lowest note stays exactly the same, but everything else sounds different. In this case, it sounds like happy versus sounding sad. Okay, now, if that was clear and you understood it, type A5. If you now understand the relationship between parallel major, parallel minor, it's the same note on the bottom. We're just changing the things that are on the top. Okay, we got some more 5s. Yes! All right, we did it. Excellent. Guys, if ever I explain something that's not 100% clear, let me know. And I'll go back and I'll figure out a different way of explaining it. Great. Awesome. We got it. Okay, this next one is called Eroded Valley. Let's check it out. Wait, we skipped Lost in the Green? Thank you. You sure we don't just listen to this? Oh, we did not just listen to this. Thank you. Wait, should we not listen to it? Because this is literally the same chord progression as Woods. All right, guys. Woods of Elevated Coral and Lost in Green. Is this like the same, basically the same geographical location? It's like the same chords. Like literally, we just had parallel minor to parallel major again. In a different key. Right there, parallel major. Right there, you heard a change from the parallel minor to the parallel major. And so what we're seeing is that this composer, let's see if we have the composer's name in this playlist. Oh no, it just says Falcom Sound Team JDK. So I'm not sure who the composer is of this one, but you can hear that there's a couple chord progressions that are being used quite a bit to either keep a sense of continuity throughout the game, or perhaps provide connections between different geographical locations or people, places, or things. You know, we talk all the time about motifs and leitmotifs in video game music and in film music, indeed, and in operas, etc. But what gets overlooked, in my opinion, sometimes is the fact that chord progressions and chord movements in and of themselves become motifs. It's like, how many times in this soundtrack are we going to hear how many times are we going to hear a sus4 to the parallel major? Until we can say, hey, look, this is a defining feature of this soundtrack. It's like people get so caught up in melody all the time, and melody's great. It's like, pay attention to the chords. There's so much going on there. Oh, that is so cool. What a cool chord progression. Let's break that down. Okay. D minor, D flat major, up to D flat minor, now what? Kind of going between an F minor 7 and a G minor 7. C minor. Kind of like, okay, so, all right, so it's not quite, okay, so I actually misspoke. So it's not really an F going to a G minor. What it is, it's an F going to like a B flat. So it's like an F minor going to an F over B flat. So it's really like a 1 over 4. Same with the C. A flat, G minor, F minor, to B flat, to E flat, A flat, G minor, 2, 5. And right there was really cool because we actually went to the 5 of 6, but didn't actually go to 6. Right there was 5 of 6, sus, 4, 7, to then 5 of 6, dominant, and then instead of going to 6, it goes back to 4, excuse me. Now, why does it work for a 5 of 6 to bring us back to 4? Let's understand that, because that's actually pretty cool. So if we look at a 4 chord, like in this key, the 4 chord is an A major 7. And the A major 7, the notes in an A major 7 are A flat, C, E flat, and G. Now, the notes of 6 are C, E flat, and G. So you can see that the 4 chord and the 6 chord are only separated by one note, A flat. So look, and you can actually look at my fingers. So that's G, C, and E flat. Now, I'm going to play the 4 by adding in an A flat. Now I'm going to play the 6 by changing this A flat to a C. You can see that these fingers didn't even move. They're all the same notes. So just like with the parallel major to minor, how the bottom note stayed the same, but the top notes changed, and that's how we could hear the difference. In this case, the top notes stay the same, but the bottom notes change, and that's how they're related. And so what happens is we can kind of do a fake out. We can say, because you think from this 5 is going to drive us to 1. Type a 1 in the chat if you feel like this drives us to this in a way that makes sense. It just makes sense to your ears. You've heard it a million times, which is why it makes sense. But type a 1 in the chat if this makes sense to you. All right, we heard from Ash, H, Juiced, Adler, yeah. Okay, no name, yes. This makes sense. Now we knew the same thing and just changed one note. Ah, it's a softer landing. But it works because of that connection between the 4 and the 6, sharing 3 notes in common. Hey, it's Tangled Jungle Trick. Let's check it out. All right, so many interesting things going on here. I want to point out one thing in particular. Yeah, this right here. This is sick. Oh. Now I'm poorly paraphrasing it. Now what's happening there is basically what's being implied is an E minor major 7, E minor 7, E minor 6. And that's a really cool chord progression. Beautiful. We've pointed that out in quite a few video games, soundtracks. Love it. That's the same as Deadly Temptation. I'm not sure who's the song Deadly Temptation by. There's many songs that have that chord progression. Like, let's see. It might have been one of the earlier ones. Yeah. I started off this day by saying, like, here's theme A, we're going to remember it. And, like, we've had so much variation. It's like, theme A is out the window. I said we'd try something new. We tried it. Hey, let's check out Mysterious Siren. Siren, spelled siren, as in, like, the song of the sirens, not siren as in, like, a fire truck siren. Did you know fire truck sirens sound different in different countries? Same with ambulances, same with police. Hey, did you know that? It's kind of mind-blowing. Like, you think fire trucks sound one way, and then, like, you watch a movie or see a TV show where you go to another country and you're like, whoa. Man, type a 3 in the chat if this part gives you mad Zelda vibes. Type a 3 in the chat if this gives you Zelda vibes. 3 for Zelda vibes. Right now. Other than that, I will say that this piece of music does definitely sound mysterious. By the way, if you would like to upvote what OST I react to next, you can check out the About section here. In this here Twitch. And there's a thing where it says upvote OSTs. You click on that, that'll take you to my Streamlabs. And you can upvote an OST anytime. Next time is can't even talk. This next one's called Invisible Exit. It's not a very useful type of exit. It's like asking the question, hey chat, you ready for a dad joke? Type a 2 in the chat if you're ready for a dad joke. Let me see those twos in the chat. Ready for a dad joke. Y'all ready? I'm going to wind this puppy up. Oh, you guys ready for this? You guys ready for this? I'm pulling it back. We're winding up. Winding up. Here's Nolan Ryan with his wind up. Okay, guys. When is a door not a door? When it's ajar. Hey, you guys mind if I play for a second? Ooh. Crimson Fighter. Well, that was sick. That was righteous. That was really cool. So what was really cool there, too, is that we actually heard bits and pieces of things we've been hearing all along. Repackaged much faster, a little bit more distortion, a little heavier sounding. We got with a big diminished thing. So right there we had 1 flat 6, flat 7, flat 6. To 1 to 4 to 5. 1, 7, 4, 5, which we've heard before. 6, 7, 4. Oh, flat 2 maybe? Yeah, trying to do all that without actually using my guitar. That's some real ear work there. Hey, that's really cool. Really enjoy that. By the way, hey, if you're enjoying our time here together, I invite you to follow me. Can I explain how to read scale diagrams? Happily, Cupcake. I've got one more song to do, and then I will break down how to read chord diagrams and scale diagrams, because really they should be the same thing. Okay. This one's called Ricordo, and then we're going to answer Cupcake 203's question. Hi, Cupcake. All right, Ricordo, let's do this thing. Oh my gosh. That was sick. Let's break that down, and then we'll talk about chord diagrams. Guys, that was so cool. So cool. Guys, you guys, guys, you guys, you guys. That was so cool. So, okay, so even right there, so it's like we've established our 1. Now 1 turns into the 5 of 4. In first inversion. Minor 4 to 1. Now right here. What chord is here? What chord is happening right here? What chord is happening right here? Okay. So really, it's like a 2 of... Sorry, my brain's not working right now. We're in the key of B. C sharp is 2, which means it's really 2 of... it's like 2 of 5. Right? Kinda. So 1, 2, 5, 1, sus4 to 1. Oh my gosh. So Cool. And that being said, we're going to do a little mini lesson on how to read chord diagrams. Now, I'm actually going to use to teach you this lesson a book I wrote called The Best Guitar Book for Beginners, How to Read Music, available on Amazon. Okay. So, how you read chord diagrams. So we're going to open up, by the way, oh, look at this full color, beautiful book. Oh, look at that. Isn't it gorgeous? Okay, so the way you read chord and scale diagrams is the same. You have 4 fingers on your left hand, finger 1, 2, 3, 4. And so you'll see numbers for 1, 2, 3, 4 on the chord diagrams or the scale diagrams as well. And now you'll see that these chord boxes or chord frames, they're sometimes positioned differently. I'm going to hold this right up so you can see. So you can see this from there's my finger. Okay, from left to right, we have thickest to thinnest string, right? So we have low E, A, D, G, B, high E. And then we have from top to bottom, we have, whoopsie daisy, we have the nut, 1st fret, 2nd fret, 3rd fret, 4th fret. And so the way it works is that you put your fingers right behind the frets that you see on the strings. And then if you see a 0 above a string, it means play it, even though there's no finger. And if you see an X, and in my books, you always get red, it means don't play it. So that's a C. Now, if we want to actually look at scales, 1 second, I got to grab a book off the wall. I'll show you a scale diagram and explain how that works, because it's fundamentally the same principle as a chord diagram. One moment here. Okay. Let's see. Let's grab this one off the wall. This is the Best Electric Guitar Book for Beginners, levels 1 and 2, also available on Amazon. Now, what we can see here, again, look at that beautiful interior. Oh my gosh. We're going to go to scales. Okay, here we are. And you can see in the book, it shows you full color, beautifully, how scale diagrams work. So you'll see all the numbers of the fingers that are being used right here. And then you go from, if you're playing from high to low, you go from top to bottom, from right to left, is how you read a scale diagram. Now, if you're going from low to high, you go from bottom to top, from left to right. And if you have this book, that's on page 116 and 117. And this happens to be the pentatonic scale. Cupcake 203, is that clear, or do you have any follow-up questions? If you have follow-up questions, say them now. You've got about 10 seconds. If you have a follow-up question, type yes, so I know you're typing. Don't just cut this off. Well, hey there. For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and you are watching a music teacher's reaction, live in real time, to the ysviii original soundtrack. I've never heard this music before. This is part 2. When you had rockin' and rollin', like Jar Jar Binks, when episode 1 he gets his tongue stuck in the energy thing between the two engines of Anakin's pod racer. Anyway, this is called Yesterday. And Etania, or Etania, or Etania, however you like to say it. Hi, chat. Okay, well, beautiful. I managed to get my guitar volume working again. Give me a type of 2 in the chat if the volume between the guitar and the music is sounding a little bit better than it did at first, because before it's like you couldn't really hear it. I feel like we've got that dialed in, but type of 2 just to let me know if that's sounding okay on your end. Type of 2 in the chat. Right there. Okay. Well, that was beautiful and very calm. That felt like a town theme, if ever I heard one. Well, hey there, Dun Duvek. Great to see you over here on Twitch. And I will say that that does feel like a town theme. I know it says yesterday in somewhere. I'm assuming that somewhere was indeed a town or perhaps a kind forest. Like, not a threatening forest. Like, I think there's 2 types of forests in video games. There's the type of forest you walk through and you're like, ah, la, 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 la. And there's the type of forest you walk through and you're like, oh, there's something behind the trees. I could fall in a hole. I don't know what's going on. And I feel like this was the first kind of forest. If it was indeed a forest. If not, sounds like a happy town. Let's keep this thing rocking with the Sibylline Road. Oh, I missed that. There was a James Bond moment in there. If I catch it the next time. Okay, so what's interesting, we've heard 2 songs in a row in the key of F minor, which leads me to believe that perhaps this road leads to or from the forest. Connection by key also, not just that connection in key, but also similar chord progressions. But that being said, we have heard this flat 6, flat 7, 1 chord progression a ton of times at this OST so far. So to say that's a definitive connection, I think would be tenuous at best. So I'm going to go ahead and not say that that's a connection. However, I think the similarity between the keys seems to indeed be indicative of a similar geographical location. Now, what's interesting about this, okay, so let me play you Yesterday in Eternia. Okay, so this feels very floaty. It doesn't feel like a lot of action is happening. Whereas this already feels like it's going somewhere. This has to do with creating emotion and feeling in the music. And part of that is speed. Part of that, too, is the way in which the instruments are playing. So let's just contrast the guitar in the first and second song. So here the guitar is like... kind of doing things like that, just very, very gentle things. Whereas here, I mean, I'm kind of paraphrasing it. I've almost got it. But you get the idea that just that difference between the way the guitar is playing creates such a change, such a shift in dynamics and emotion in the music. The difference being versus there you go. Paraphrasing. That's the general idea right there. So you can see that even in the same key, even using the same chords, just speed and the way in which those chords are played, even on the same exact instrument, can make such a impactful shift and change in what's going on. Yeah, exactly, Dan Duvek. One feels like more action adventure. That would be the second one. And the first one has more of a dream feel. Yeah. Now we've actually heard this before, the same exact chord progression and I believe the same theme as well. All right, so it's actually, let me grab this pattern real quick. All right, so that's pretty much gone there. Now, what's happening here, and we talked about this before, but let's actually talk about this intro. It's a little bit more of a deeper dive because we already talked about these two chords before, alternating between an A major and a B flat major. Let's go one step deeper here and understand what this guitar part is doing. So, this beginning part, let me just double check I have this right. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's actually going between an A and an F there, and then in the verse, like the verse section goes to A, B flat. So in the very beginning, it's so what's happening here is we're implying an A major and then switching to an F. Now, the reason why this lowest note stays the same between both of these is because the A is a note that is found both in an A major and in an F major chord. So in the A major chord, the A note plays the role of being the root. It is the foundation that all the notes are built on top of. Now, in an F chord, the A is actually going to be the third. So we go F, G, A. We count up the alphabet. After G, in music, we head back to A. We don't go to H. So we go F, G, A. So A is 1, 2, 3. And so by keeping the common note between both chords, many different interesting things can happen. As you can hear, also scooch back a little bit so you can see what my right hand is doing too. So we're using the A, which is the note that both chords have in common, and then pivoting the notes that are on top of that chord. How cool is that? Now we could take that one step further. We're going to just play a quick game here. The A is also going to be the fifth of a D chord. Now this could be a D major chord or it could be a D minor chord. Now I'm going to throw in one or two more chords here, still keeping the A as the lowest note, that also have A as a chord tone. So they'll also have A in them. And let's rock and roll. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, then I'm going to do it. So I'm going to do A major to F major, just like here in the song. But then I'm going to add on D major to B7. Why not? Because A is the seventh of B7. Okay, so let's see if I can do this. Here we go. There we go. All right, now let's loop it. Sorry, keep on messing up that B7. One more time with feeling. Here we go. Looping. So the lowest note stays the same. But all the other notes around it can change. Very cool. All right, let's keep this thing going with Overcome the Rocky Path. Okay. I have questions about this because this changes so much so quickly. I know it says overcome the rocky path. It sounds to me like you're fighting the rocky path. Like, it sounds to me like the rocky path just came to life and all of a sudden it's like a mid-boss and you've got to beat it. Is what it sounds like to me. I could be totally wrong. But judging by the amount of changes that were happening in there, that was wild. Wild. So, to break some of this down, we'll go through it again. I'll break some of this down as we go. And right there, we had a sus4 to the major, which, oh my goodness, if you watched any of my reactions to Lord have mercy, what was the name of it? The mystery novel, Umineko. If you watch any of my reactions to Umineko, like, oh my gosh. So it starts off with essentially an implied D minor. This resolving to the parallel major is wild. This is 2 games in a row where we've heard this same exact move. You start off with the minor implied, or indeed the minor, and then finding your way 4/5 to 1 sus4, resolving to 1 major. Wild. And real quick, just to be clear, that what we're looking at here is we're keeping the same note in the bottom, just like we did before with those other chords. It's the same note, but changing the quality of the chord by 1 note every time. Okay, so what does that mean? So it means 1, 2, 3. Let's say 2 out of 3 notes are staying the same every single time. So look, 1, 2. These 2 are going to stay the same every single time. And the difference is we're going to change 1 note. Major, change 1 note. Minor. So the only thing that changed is I moved my pinky to my my middle finger here. So. And so what's really cool is that the composer is only changing that 1 note, and it's kind of an unexpected note to change, to switch from the parallel minor to the parallel major, though I'm saying unexpected, having now heard it so many times that maybe I should indeed be expecting it a little bit more. Okay, let's keep the thing rocking and rolling with Gendarme. Okay, so many cool things going here. We're going to talk through it. I'm going to break it down. So as I say, Roman numeral numbers and numbers and things, keep in mind this is all in the context of the song being the key of F. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do this thing. Okay, F. So F is 1, to be clear. So 1, 1, 7, 6. Right there. That's going to be, technically, this is sharp for fully diminished 7. However, really what it is that it's the 7 of 5 is really what it's doing, and it's actually going to push us to the 5, because essentially we take a fully diminished 7th chord like this. Really, we can think about it as being a secondary dominant with a flat 9. So really it's like the 5 of 5. And then we did 5 with the sus4 to 5. 1. 1, flat 7, flat 6, 5, and again here, it's that same chord again. It's if we think about it in terms of F, it's going to be a 4 fully diminished 7, but it's not. It really is the 7 fully diminished 7th of 5. It's all relating around the 5, and it's bringing us to the 5. In fact, it really is creating essentially a chain of secondary dominant movement. 1, flat 7. Now this is real interesting. This right here is going to be this is the rivers in the desert chord. This is going to be the 4, or the major 4 in relation to F. It's really a B flat major here. That's the rivers in the desert chord. And then what happens here, if what just happened right there sounds like a little bit classical to you, type a 2 in the chat if what just happened sounded a little classical to you, because it should. Because what's happening there is... come on, fingers. There we go. Come on, fingers. Come on, fingers. Type of 2 if that sounds classical. Not what I just did, but like when you heard it in the recording, it sounded classical. And so what that is to bring us back home. And this is a movement you'll hear in from all sorts of composers in the classical world. Now, obviously, I'm not a classical music expert, so I can tell you about it, but I'm not going to be able to cite any references. And that's okay, because, I can't do everything. Okay, so we have F minor. Okay, I'll tell you what the pattern is. The pattern is you're always going up by a 4th. You're going down by a whole step, up by a 4th. So, up by a 4th, from F to B flat, then we go down by a whole step. E flat, A flat, down by a whole step, D flat. Now here's where we change. We're actually going to go up by a tritone now, an augmented 4th, to get to the 5 of 5, the G, to then get to the C, which is going to be the 5, sus4, and then creating that 7th to drive us back to the 1. So, to play that all together, maybe that's minor. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so 1, 4 minor, one more time. And that's what's happening right there. That's the secret sauce. If you ever want to take a piece of music and make it sound classical, use that chord progression. It gonna sound classical. All right, let's keep this thing rocking and rolling. With Steel Myself for Battle. Ooh, it's a joke. Get it? I've been need to iron out the kinks on that one. If I keep on making bad jokes like that, will you set the coppers on me? I find humor like this to be illuminating. Yes, Kamikaze. Yes, exactly, Kamikaze. I'll break that down afterwards. Thank you very much. Technically fourths. So right there, very interesting chord progression, taking a B minor down to a G sharp minor. Very curious. Now, speaking of gendarme, we had a very interesting point out from Kamikaze 101. Okay, Kamikaze 101 made a great point, which is that classical sequence is actually using something called the circle of fifths, but it's actually going backwards. So we're actually going to call it the circle of fourths. Everything's up by a fourth. So from F to B flat is a fourth. From B flat to E flat is a fourth. From E flat to A flat is a fourth. From A flat to D flat is a fourth. And these are all perfect fourths. And then from D flat to G is an augmented fourth, or a tritone, and we'll forgive it. And then from G to C is also a perfect fourth. So it's using a sequence of fourths. Random sequence is actually the correct term for music. When you take an idea and you keep on moving it up or down, that's literally called a sequence. Now, usually this is used for melody, but I don't see why we don't use it here too. So, okay, we have this chord progression that's going in a sequence of fourths. Now, here's an interesting thing. Kamikaze was like, yeah, well, okay. Fourths are just fifths that are inverted, which is true. Okay, so check this out. And by the way, this is going to be like medium level music theory. So if it goes over your head, just like take a sip of water or something. So from F to B flat is a perfect fourth. Conversely, from B flat to F is a perfect fifth. So what happens if we reverse this chord progression and actually go up by fifths? Well, let's check it out. So we're going to take it from the D flat. So we're going to go, D flat, A flat, E flat. Sorry. D flat. A flat. E flat. B flat. To F. That's actually very close to a great song by Jimi Hendrix called Hey Joe. Uses a sequence of fifths ascending. Where you going with that thing in your hand? Right, okay. So that's the difference between fourths and fifths. So let's hear it one time. We're going to do fourths down. We're going to do fifths up. Here we go. And then fifths up. So a very different feeling and a very different sound, even though fourths and fifths are connected by that inversion relationship. Very much different. Thinking bass 5 to 1 is commonly up a fourth instead of down a fifth. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Right, so if we have 1, and then we go to... No, you mean down. Down a fourth instead of up a fifth. Because you go 5 to... Oh yeah, 5 to 1. I'm tracking. I promise you I know how music works. Yes, 5 to 1. Right. Yes. Because when we count down backwards, we go C, B, B flat, A, G, F. All right? F, G, A, B, C, C to B flat to A, C to B flat to A to G to F. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm getting confused somewhere. C, D, E, F, F, G, A, B, C. Right, it's perfect fifth. Both ascending and descending. I'm losing it. No, don't worry about it, Kamikaze. It's okay. My head always gets turned around on descending intervals. So hang on. No. Because an F to a B flat is going to be, yes. So there is a 5 to 1 relationship there, but it has to be that the 5 starts first, and then you go up a fourth to the 1. Indeed, yes. As in 5, 1. As in 5, 1. Yeah. As in 5, 1. As in 5, 1. As in, yes. And so on and so forth. Okay. Redline 021. This was absolutely sick for a number of reasons, and I thought it was. By the way, shout out to Joe Bro. I've seen the very first 2-month subscriber badge thing. So congratulations, Joe Bro. 2-month subscriber. Okay. So a couple of interesting things here. We've talked about 1s and 5s. Let's talk a little bit more about 1s and 5s, because 1s and 5s play a critical role in music. 1s, generally, are going to create an area called the tonic area that feel like home. 5s, generally, not always, but generally, are going to create an area called the dominant area that's going to feel like a lot of tension and excitement that's going to bring us back home. Now, what we can hear in this piece of music is that it goes to the dominant area, and indeed tonicize is not really the key of 1 anymore. So whether we're actually still in the key of E minor or not is up for debate. We'd have to maybe take a closer look at it. But that being said, here's a really cool thing. I'm going to show you the difference between tonic area and dominant area. Tonic. Alright, this is like tonic here. This feels like home. Right here, we're going to the 5, going to the dominant area. So, what's happening there is the tonic area is E, the dominant area is B. How do we know that? Because we're going to count up 5 from E. So we're going to E, F, G, A, B. That's always how we're going to know where the dominant is. And so right there you could hear whatever they were doing. I didn't quite get a handle on what that guitar player's doing. Anyway, then it goes to the 5. And then it's going to come back to, so we're on the 5, the dominant area. And then it comes back to the 1. And so that's sort of the 2, on the most fundamental low resolution level, that's the 2 pillars of tension and resolution in music, is changing between a tonic area and a dominant area. Now I'll go ahead and point these out a little bit more as we go on. Let's check out the next one called Obscure Sentence. Okay, this is pretty interesting. I'm actually gonna talk you through it as we go through it one time. So we start off with C minor. Now this is pretty interesting. It's not too common. It's like going up by a minor third. And then it went down by half steps. Again, C minor. And so what we have there is going up by fifths instead of up by fourths. So we have, and then going up by a minor third. Yeah. And then down by half step. These are some wild chords, man. Okay, so to take it from the top of what we had there, we have C minor, G minor, E flat minor, B flat minor, D minor, A minor, and then was it B flat major 7? And then we have A flat major 7 to D flat major 7 to C sus4. Oh my gosh, what a chord progression. Okay, so from the top, if memory serves, C minor, G minor, E flat minor, B flat minor, D minor, A minor, A flat major 7, D flat major 7, C sus4 to what happened after C sus4? And then returning to C minor. Whew. That's wild. That is a wild chord progression. That is so cool. Oh. Gosh darn it! Okay, type of 3. Type of 3 in the chat if you heard the big shot synths in there. Now, I call the big shot synths. They're not actually big shot synths. In fact, they're called orchestra hits or orchestral hits, depending on who you ask. Type of 3 in the chat if you heard the orchestra hits. Type of 3 in the chat if you heard the orchestras. If not, I'm going to go point them out to you. Yeah. Okay, Pikachu heard them. Good ears, Pikachu. Mark, great. Cranezan, awesome. By the way, hi Cranezan, first time chatter, great to see ya. You are most welcome. Okay, so for those of you who maybe did not hear them, I'm going to point these out to you. It's right there. And they're mixed in with a lot of different things. So don't worry about it if you can't hear it just yet. I'm going to play this a couple more times. And then as you start to hear it, type a 3. Oh, Cranezan says, long-time viewer. Well, thank you so much for your support. And I look forward to exploring Shin Megami Tensei 4 with you. Okay. Right there. Here we go. All right, and if you could hear them now, type a 3. Type a 3. I'm going to play this 2 more times for you, see if your ears can grab it. If not, don't worry. Doing a couple more of these exercises will get your ears there. Dunduvek's hearing them now. Fantastic. Okay. By the way, and if you don't know what sound I'm talking about, I highly suggest you check out the tune Big Shot by this fellow named Toby Fox. Okay, let's check out this next one called Royal Capital Aigius. Oh, heck yeah. Oh, this is dope. Okay. Man, I love it when guitar parts are just simple enough that I can get them on the first time around. Which, by the way, that's a completely subjective statement based on my level of ears and guitaristic ability. Some people, that might take you like 2 months to learn because you never played guitar before. And for some people, might sneeze at that and do things that are way more complicated than what I'm doing. It's all a spectrum of guitar awesomeness. Now, that being said, this is a really cool thing. So what's happening here? Let's explore and understand these two chords and their relationship, because this is really cool. So what's happening is we're in the key of, we're going to call it G flat major. Never mind, we're going to call it F sharp major. I prefer to think this is F sharp major. Okay, so in the key of F sharp major. Now we're starting on the 4. This is a 4 major 7. Major 7 means how this sounds a little dreamy. It's the quality of this sound. The quality of the sound is major 7. Now, what's happening is that we're going to leave this lowest note, the root of the 4 chord down, and then actually move up to get part of a 5-7. So it's like 5-7 without the root, with the root of 4. So essentially what we have is a B major 7 to a C sharp 7 over B flat. Ooh, how cool is that? Oh, so cool. I think that's the first time I've ever heard that in my life. So, you know what? Love it. One of the reasons I love doing these video game reactions, I get to hear stuff I've never heard before. This next one is called A Slow and Deep Breath. Breathe in. Know you're breathing in. Breathe out. Know you're breathing out. Congratulations, we've all reached enlightenment, and we did it together. Okay, this next one's called A Slow and Deep Breath. Gamelan sounds. Hey, the Dan Miller. That's a strong name. Love it. Welcome to the live. Okay, well, you know, a lot was going on there. I'll break down some of that for you, but like, some of this stuff is cool in the sense that it really is creating the feeling of a world where things are different in the world, and they're different in the world because the music is so fundamentally different. Like, I don't think I've ever heard this chord progression before. Like, ever. Like, never. Never once. Anything close. D minor to C. So, like, let's unpack that. Oh, wild. I mean, I've heard that E flat go to. I've heard this before. Heard that plenty of times. Been there, done that. But to not go to the B flat after the E flat and go straight back to the D minor, wild. So essentially what we have here, if we think about being in the key of D minors, we have 1. We have flat 7. We have flat 2 being E flat major, bringing us back to 1. Wild. I mean, really wild. Oh, and then like those little things where it's going, like those little touches of B naturals thrown in there to give you that feeling of a D minor 6 chord. Wild stuff, man. Wild stuff. Love it. Let's check out the Great Plains. Pan-Gaia. Kind of like Pangea. And then Gaia also like Mother Earth. It's clever. Okay. Kind of sounds like Pokemon just a little bit. Step into if this sounds a little bit like Pokemon. Like that part right there before, not now. So, I'm going to share a funny story with you that is 100% relevant to what we just heard. So, in part 1 of this soundtrack, let me tell you what Dan was thinking to himself. In part 1 of the soundtrack, Dan was sitting there going, okay, yeah, all right. Most chord progressions here are like moderately predictable. I feel like I can kind of like, kind of roll through this entire soundtrack, and it's not going to be too hard. It's going to be like, just roll up. We're going to have fun. We're going to hang out on Twitch, repost them on YouTube. And now in part 2, can I tell you what Dan is thinking? Dan's going, oh my gosh, will they please just give me a straightforward chord progression that I'm not going to have to expend a billion mental calories on figuring out? Oh my goodness. The amount of originality going on in this part 2. I'm not saying part 1 was not original. Please, don't get me wrong. But my goodness. Like, wow. Wow. Wild stuff. Like the amount of care and love that's going into these tunes to make them all so different. That's wild. Let's check out the next one. Neglected Temple. I did skip one. One dream, one reality. Thank you. All right. Well, here's what let's do. Let's break down this first riff thing lick here. Okay. So what's happening here is there's an E flat minor chord being implied by what's happening here. And there's different chord tones are being used and non-chord tones are being used in this arpeggio. If we were to think of this as actually being an arpeggio is a broken chord, which means we're going to take all these notes and play them one at a time. But this arpeggio is not quite so straightforward because it's actually also using notes from, to pull one source, an E flat minor pentatonic. So we have, and then also, really E flat minor because we also have the scale degree too. So we have, in terms of scale degrees, we have 1, 5, 2, flat 3, 2, flat 7, 4, 5, 1, 5, 2, 3, 2, 1, 5, 2, 3, 2, 7, 4, 5, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4. One more time. 1, 5, 2, 3. And then every time I say 3, it's flat 3. 1, 5, 2, 3, 2, 7, 4, 5, 1, 5, 2, 3, 2. 1, 5, 2, 3, 2, 7, 4, 5, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4. And that's all built around this one. So, do you hear how when I'm singing over this one sound I'm creating with my guitar, it all sort of fits? Type of 1. If you can hear that fits, when I'm singing, fits with the sound coming out of my guitar. Type of 1 in the chat if you can hear that those two sounds fit together. Yes, very good. Okay, and the reason why they fit is because we're using a lot of notes from this sound in the melody. And when you have the same notes from a chord in a melody, we call these chord tones. And when you have notes in melody that are not in the chord, we call these, it's not very complicated, non-chord tones. We have chord tones and non-chord tones. And so, for example, if we look at something like Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary had a little lamb, little lamb, little lamb. Part of what makes this sound so vanilla and basic is not that it was written for children, but that it's like almost all chord tones. Chord tone, non-chord tone, chord tone, non-chord tone, chord 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 tone. So it's like there's only 2 non-chord tones and that entire melody, and that's part of what makes it sound so vanilla and, well, maybe you're inclined to think it's boring. So it's all about mixing, and it's not all about it, but you can think of melody in terms of the number of notes that are chord tones versus the number of notes that are non-chord tones, and a sense of tension and resolution within that, because there's a tension with a non-chord tone and a chord, there's resolution with when you match a melody note with the chord that's underneath it. So, for example, that's tension right there. Da. Yeah, resolution. Da. But da. That's the second. Da. That's tension. Ah. And then when we solve it, ah. That's resolution though. Ah. Tension. Resolution. Tension. Resolution. Okay, let's keep it going with the neglected temple. staying in the dominant area. Wild. Okay. So a lot going on there. But here's a really cool thing where we can hear the dominant area extended. So we can call this the tonic area. And yeah, sure, we have some subdominant things going here. Dominant area. And from there, go into 6. And so what you can hear there is an extended period of tension. Now, it might not feel on the surface like tension because of the way the music is presented. It might not feel like tension. However, it's creating this sense of sort of like the tides come in and going out, or you're breathing in and breathing out. It's this creating this tension, just pulling. Which then resolves to A flat, which is essentially a tonic area chord. Yeah, and then it does some other things. Beautiful. So that's really what that is. It's the tonic area serves as a home base. The dominant area serves as tension. Let's check out Dana. Oh. Oh my gosh, I love this mode mixture. All right, so I want to break down the term mode mixture and how it's used here and why I think it's just the bee's knees. So, what we can hear in this melody, check this out. All right, please get this right. So look, here's the point. This is why I think it's so cool. Because what's happening here in the melody is that we have, right here, we're in the key of C minor, right now, not in this whole song, but right now we're in the key of C minor. We're playing an A natural, and the A natural is the sixth of C. Now what's interesting is in the C minor scale, typically you'd have an A flat. Now, typically is a strong word, but oftentimes you think of the C, at least the C natural minor scale, does indeed have an A flat, so. So here's why it gets really interesting, because we have this A natural in the melody. You know what the next chord is? The next chord is an A flat major chord. A flat major 7, if we want to harmonize it to the 7, taking all the notes from the C natural minor scale. Now, what's so cool here is that we just had an A natural in the melody, and the next chord we hear is an A flat major, which completely, well, again, I'm using strong words here, but completely disagrees with the A flat, with the A natural that was used the first time around. Now, to be clear, there's nothing wrong with doing this. It's just very cool to hear and moderately unusual. Like, I don't know. It's like, you know when you're playing like Pokemon Red or Yellow or Blue? Shout out to my old people out there like me. You remember when you were playing Pokemon Red, Yellow, or Blue and you had like 3 Pokemon on your list that you still needed to get to like complete your, and you hooked your Game Boys up with your friends to get your Nidorans to like evolve or whatever you had to do. And then after all that was in, like there was still 1 or 2 Pokemon left, and you're just walking around everywhere because we didn't have the internet back then, so we couldn't go like Google where to find a blah blah blah. We had to freaking figure it out ourselves. So it's like you're walking around looking for it, not finding it, and like that's what it feels like. It's like you think it's one thing, but it's totally another. Anyway, I think I got kind of lost in that metaphor. I got lost to the point where I was remembering having to try and what Pokemon was it where you had to trade it to someone else with a Game Boy? Which Pokemon was it you had to trade it with someone else to get it to evolve, and it would not evolve unless you got it in Pokemon Red, Yellow, and Blue. There was one where you had, was it Gengar? Yeah, you had to trade the Gengar to get, so it's like you had to find a friend. Like, God forbid you lived in a neighborhood with only old people and you were the only kid. Like, you're done. The Alakazam. Exactly. Yes. Because you had the Abra, then you get the Abracadabra, but to get the Alakazam. Exactly. It's like, my goodness, God forbid you were in like a neighborhood with old people, and there was no one else who had a game. I mean, I guess you could buy another Game Boy, another set of the game, and then play up to that point in the trade. But like, oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. Let's talk about I don't want to say a bad word. Eclukian dance. Hey, you know what I really love and I recommend you check it. If you like this a lot, there's a lot of wedding music from like Bulgaria and stuff like that that kind of gets down like this in a way that you might enjoy if you like this. This is a lot of fun. Let's talk about this first intro part here. Over an A. This is really interesting because it's essentially implying a 1-2-5-1. But here's the thing, this is no ordinary 2-5-1 because the 5's actually minor in this case. This is really like an E minor. So if we were to put the root notes under this chord progression. Oops. That's really what's happening. Put it over A. And that right there is an interesting little tidbit. The fact that you have a 1, which is A minor, 2, which would be B half diminished, to 5, but not 5 dominant 5, 5 minor 5. E minor, back to B half diminished, back to 1. Fascinating, all over an A, which is not unlike, if you think, kind of like a Billie Jean type thing going on there, in the sense that you have, but instead of being modal, going for a Dorian sound, it's doing a purely natural minor sound. So if Billie Jean was natural minor. Okay. The Leaning Tower, Baja. Just when I catch my breath to figure out what's going on, it's like, nope. We're changing. Okay, so right here. Wish me luck, wish me luck, wish me luck. Just a moment of Billie Jean in there. And for a moment, all was well. One more time. One more try for it. On the fly remix. Type a 3 in the chat. Yeah, type a 3 in the chat to cheer on an impromptu, on the spot mashup remix. Type a 3. Let's check out Haunted Ocean. Well, I don't even know what to do with this one. Hey, if you guys have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. Like, that sound right there sounds like a tube and throat singer. That's wild. Right at the end there. Here, I'll point this out to you. Listen in your left ear. That is tube and throat singing. The kind of sound. Like, that's either a synthesizer or a person. People can make sounds like that. By the way, if you want to check out some crazy stuff, check out the group Alash. Here, I'll put it in the chat. Alash. Insane throat singing. It's wild. It's actually you have two types of throat singers. One's like a lead singer, one's like a sideman. The sideman, they do stuff like that. They go and they make crazy sounds like that. And then the lead singer guys, they actually create melodies using harmonics with the voice. It's crazy stuff. It's insane. So I didn't have too much value to add on Haunted Ocean, but that's okay, because we're going to check out Donnie Della Terra. Maybe I'll have some more things to say there. So let's check that out. Oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, that was so wholesome. So let's talk about that right there, because that's a cool thing to talk about. go. Okay, so what's going on here is that we have a 1, which is A flat, and then we move the lowest note down by a half step. So listen, all the notes on top are going to stay the same. Ah, you hear that? And this movement descending is so common. Don't waste your time on me, you're already a voice inside my head. My head. I just want to get the pronunciation right. So, you can hear the song in, oh my goodness. We used to sit front down. Kind of ish. Anywho, you can find that chord progression in tons of songs. 1, 7, 6. And you don't really go to the 7 chord. You just take the 1 and put the 7 as the lowest note underneath the 1 on the way down to the 6, which walks you down the major scale to the 6. Whew. All right, let's check out Crevice. You guys. My goodness. Let's break down what's happening. D minor, 1. Flat 6, B flat. C, flat 7. Then playing around between a D minor, a D sus2, and a D sus4. Flat 6. Now, here's a really interesting connection. D minor to B minor is down by a minor third. We've actually heard a couple times the music move down by a minor third in this part 2. What makes this even more interesting is that Nobuo Uematsu in Final Fantasy VII uses that same idea all the time of taking one chord and then moving that chord down by a minor third, or indeed up by a minor third, but I think he does a lot of down by a minor third. So, if you guys just with that chord can hear a connection between Ys and Final Fantasy VII, let me know in the chat. I'd love to know if you can hear that connection of moving from here to here. Rings a bell. Rings a Final Fantasy VII bell for you, as it does me. All right, let's check out the last one we're going to listen to for today, and then we're going to read, I saw some donations come through. We'll read the text for the donations. Next one's called Oceanos. Let's check it out. Okay, let's talk about what's happening right here at the end. Let's get a little bit more juice on this. This is really cool because we're based in the key of F sharp minor, but this riff right here is taking power chords. Now power chords are an interval of a perfect fifth. To me, 1 and 5. And then you'll actually see, watch my hand as it just slides up. See how that slides? Slides. And there's always one metal bar between my two fingers. That's really cool too because normally what we'd think of as being notes we'd hear in F sharp minor would be but instead of those notes we have 1, flat 2, flat 3. We're used to hearing that major 3 coming down to flat 3, coming down to flat 2, back home to 1. What a sick riff. Now, with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and read We had a couple people make some donations today, so I want to go ahead and click refresh. Make sure I can read out all donations. By the way, if you'd like to upvote what I react to next, you can do that in the About here. So click on About. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's in the description. The link to upload, it'll upvote, excuse me, will take you to my Streamlabs, and there you can upvote. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and get rocking and rolling with something evil. Let's check it out. Welcome, chat. Wow. Sure enough, the name Something Evil. This sounds very much like maybe a dungeon theme. Again, there's a couple times throughout the soundtrack I've been like, oh, you know, this sounds kind of like Zelda. A little bit. This was giving me some Zelda dungeon vibes. You know, so I'm like, it's not exactly the same, but the vibes. The vibes. Now, that being said, I'd love to do a little quiz. By the way, hi Connor Walls, hi Too Juiced, hi CLRV. I know how to talk. Okay, hey, check this out here. Real quick, what time signature do you think this is in? Okay. All right, Pikachu, why do you think that it's 4-4? Not to put you on the spot or anything, to call you out of everyone who's watching this, but Pikachu, why do you think it's in 4-4? Love to hear from you. right, well, I'll tell you what. It is 4/4. Good ears. Now, you might think, because of the rhythmic pattern that's playing, that it's not, in fact, in 4/4. But it is, most certainly, and most definitely. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, and 4, 1, and 2, and then 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, or could we count it in 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, and now, hell, let's just call it 4/4. How about that? Trying to measure the beats, but I'm just yeah, I like it. I like 4/4. I think we could read this in 4/4 easily. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it doesn't feel very fourish because the way we could call it syncopation, indeed, by the definition of syncopation being a change from the expected metric hierarchy that you'd think would be here, because we'd expect strongest, weak, strong, weakest. But no, indeed, that's not what we get here at all. Okay, let's keep this going with Endless Crisis. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a wild song. So it's like almost felt like a tritone blues for a second at the beginning. So I was like So what's happening here? Basically, this whole song is tritone. Not 100%, I think, but like 90+% of the song is the interval of a tritone. Now, tritone is a super dissonant sound. It's right here. Now I'll play it with no distortion. Or it's a very dissonant sound. And this tritone is made up of 2 notes. And when these 2 notes come together, boy, it just sounds like, I don't know, if you've ever heard someone arguing, like if you've ever heard like your neighbors arguing, like this is what it sounds like when your neighbors argue. Let's... So it's super, super dissonant. So we went from something evil, which was pretty foreboding. Now we're heading into Endless Crisis, and the entire song of Endless Crisis is like just tension. There's no resolution. So the fact that it feels like endless tension musically fits perfectly with the name Endless Crisis. So you can see the composer's actually painting a picture here of there being endless tension, an endless problem, an endless conflict, and indeed an endless crisis. All right, let's check out the section which is called Lacrimosa of Dana. Oh. Theme A. It's been a while. Ah. Ooh. This was beautiful. Now, we've not heard this theme A in quite some time, and indeed, when we heard theme A back in the first part 1 of this reaction, I was like, man, I feel like we're going to be hearing this a whole lot. And then we didn't hear it for like 2 streams straight. So very cool that now we're getting back to this theme A. Now, what was really interesting, let's see, because I actually messed it up. Oh, right there. Yeah. So, okay. This is kind of cool. Oh, just you wait, says Pikachu. Yeah, always do more. Okay. Check this out. So, at the beginning, we have this. We've heard this so many times at OST because, well, it's just quite simply a really beautiful musical tool. And that is when you take a minor chord and then you take one of those notes down from the root to the leading tone to the subtonic to the submedian. And that sounds like this. So what's happening is we're walking down these notes. So everything else is staying the same. These 3 notes stay the same the whole time. And there's one note that changes in the middle of these 3 notes. There's the middle note, middle note. Now what's really cool is here, and it, instead of it going to the C sharp minor 7, it actually goes to F, or at least an implied F, something like this. And what threw me off there is I went to the C sharp minor 6. Now, what's the connection, you might be wondering, between a C sharp minor 6 and an F major chord, or an F major triad, or even an F power chord? Well, we have the A, so it's not going to be an F power chord, but an F major triad. Well, if we think about it, an F major triad has the notes of F, A, and C. And a C sharp minor 6 chord has the notes of C, E flat, G, and A. So both chords have a C and an A in them, and that's the connection. There's one note that changes substantially, which is that the G moves to the F. But either way, and right there, that's going to be in F713, kind of, sort of. Now it is. Before it was a 6. And if we take that E flat away, we just have this F. And if we don't play the F, just play the C, it implies the F is there, I would argue, because it doesn't really have the C or the E flat in it. But hey, there you go. So a little bit of advanced music theory, well, intermediate music theory, sprinkled in there. This next one is called The Valley of the Kings. Okay, so let's explore what was actually happening there. So, we started out with a... let's zhuzh this up a little bit, shall we? And so what this is, we're in the key of... let's call it G sharp minor. Why not? So we have G sharp minor, essentially implied we're playing power chords, so we don't actually have the minor third in there. We're just playing 1s and 5s. Then we go up to B, or flat 3, also known as the relative major. Then down to flat 6, which would be E, to flat 7, which would be F sharp. Then back to G sharp. Then it changed. And what did it do? Okay, and then we hear a technique a tool, indeed, that we've heard a couple times so far on this Lacrimosa soundtrack, which is that we go 1, flat 7, flat 6, flat 7. Then to get back to when we have a leading tone. Now this leading tone is like loaded with so much information. There's so many different ways this leading tone can go. So once we throw this leading tone in here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things this leading tone could imply. So this leading tone could imply, number 1, that we have a 7. 5, 7. That's going to bring us back to 1. So 5, 7 would bring us back to 1. This leading tone here could also imply that it's just a 5 without the 7. 5 brings us back to 1. This leading tone here could imply that we are, in fact, using a diminished chord on scale degree 7 to bring us back to 1. It could also mean that we're using a 7 fully diminished 7th. There we go. To bring us to 1. Now that's 4, and I said there was 5. What's the 5th one we could say? Well, I mean, then you could take 5 and do any alteration of 5. You could say, okay, we have a 5 sharp, a 5 sharp 9, a 5 flat 9, a 5 sharp 9, sharp 5, a 5 flat 9, flat 5, a 5 flat 9, just flat 9. The options are endless of what you could have there. The point is, what that leading tone does is it says, here's a spot for some tension that's going to push us back to the resolution. So here's our home base. This right here is the big tension. This only wants to go one place. This only wants to go back home. And now I say only, and I say it wants, and these are subjective statements that are loaded with so much like, music theory bias. I don't think that's right. It's loaded with, expected tradition. It's loaded with, it is simply done. And it's like, well, it doesn't have to be done that way, but those are 5 ways you could do it. Well, 6, 7, 8, 9, I think so far we're up to. This next one is called Garden of Seiren or Kalen, because sometimes with Celtic things, we give C's hard K sound. So who knows? Let's check this out. Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought that's gonna do sus word a major there. There, it did it. Okay, this one's interesting. Let's check this out. We go through this whole expansive, emotionally deep piece of music that's telling like such a story, a history, seems ageless. Perhaps this Garden of Kalen is sort of like a Garden of Eden type idea where it's sort of been there for ages and there's huge tall trees, at least that's what it sounds like to me, with big plants and things. Or maybe it's just a magical place that's normal sized with like fairy dust. I don't know. Either way, we get to this whole thing and it's minor the whole time, which is interesting because the sort of emotional feeling that a song being in minor the whole time gives us. Then, at the very end, we went back to the 1. And my goodness, if you've watched any of these Lacrimosa streams, we go to the 1, or what key were we? I don't remember. Oh yeah, we're in B. And we have a sus4. And my goodness, if I had $1 for every time we had a song that was in minor and then it went to 1 and it was sus4 and then all of a sudden we hit the parallel major, I'd have a couple dollars. But this time it does a little fake. Check this out right at the end. This is amazing. Five, 1, 1. So right there went 1 sus4 to 1 minor. And then they sus4 it again, and then come back to the parallel major. Love it. Love it. Oh. My gosh, that's so cool. It's so cool. I love the fake out too, because it's like, if your ear's expecting the sus4 to go to parallel major, which mine sure was, that fakes you out, and the composer says, no, I am still in control. Love it. Hint to theme A right there. Oh, it's theme A time. Theme A, baby. Yes! And that was Something Evil? Right. And then right at the end, we also heard Something Evil. So it seems like we're either having two characters in the same place, or a character from another place is coming into another place. I know I'm saying things that are not super specific here, but this is what I'm hearing from the music. What I'm hearing from the music is we just had the theme A, or the Lacrimosa of Dana, like the main theme, right? And then we also had the what is it? We just heard that a couple songs ago. I believe that was in Something Evil. So chat, can you confirm that someone from Something Evil is also in the song, or a place from Something Evil, or a situation? A person, place, or thing. A noun. Yeah. Person, place, or thing is a noun from the Something Evil. Also, here when this is happening. Chat, I'd love to hear from you. While we're waiting on chat to confirm that. Something Evil is unrelated. Interesting that motif got cycled in there in that case. This one is called Corridor of the Lost Ages. Oh, we've heard this before. The parts of this thing. We've heard this before too. There we go, Susperta Major. Well, this piece is really interesting because it starts off with just a 1 to 4 in A minor. So what's 1 to 4 in A minor mean? Well, the basic musical alphabet goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, just like our English alphabet goes A, B, C, D, F, G, except in the musical alphabet we don't go to H, we just go back to A after G. So A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G, A, B, C, D, F, G. And so what happens is A, in this case, is 1. So we go A, B, C, D. D is 4. We're going back and forth between 1 and 4. Between A and D. It's the same chords as, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. And I said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. It's also the same chords as, I don't speak Spanish, so that's about the closest I can get for you there. It's also one of my favorite jams ever, Chameleon. Except in Chameleon, technically speaking, I think I think it's both chords are dominant. But anywho, 1 to 4, back and forth. Now, 1 to 4, this is a very special relationship between two chords, because 1 to 4, while we can think of them as being 1 and 4, we can also think about 1 and 4 and the way that they're functioning in terms of creating tension and resolution. And the way they're functioning in terms of tension and resolution, that 1 is, we're going to call the tonic area, and 4, in this case, is going to embody and be a stand-in and indeed represent the subdominant area. And indeed, they actually are the tonic and subdominant chords. And the way you can think about this is that the tonic area is always home, and that the subdominant area is some light tension that creates a little interest that when we return back to the tonic area, feels like we've been on a journey. It feels like something's happened. So that, here's tonic. Subdominant. Dominant. All right, so type a 1 in the chat when you feel like after we go to the subdominant, when we return to the tonic, if it feels like we're coming back home. So I'll call them out. Tonic. Subdominant. Tonic. Subdominant. Okay, so do you guys feel that after we go from the tonic to the subdominant, when we come back to the tonic, type of 1, if you can feel that it's a slight tension, but oh, we're back home. So home, subdominant, coming back home. Great ears, Adler XL. If anyone does not hear that connection, I want you to type a 3 so I can try explaining it a different way and make sure you understand. By the way, hi, Nihilna. Great to see ya, first time chatter. Yeah, okay. And so that tonic to subdominant, that's a light tension. Now we could do tonic to dominant. That's going to be more tension. So dominant, tonic, tonic, dominant, and then back we go. And so music is all about these moments of tension and resolution. And I like to think of it like a clock or a watch, because in a watch or a clock, you have these very small cogs that and these wheels that turn, and it's very fast. Tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution, and those drive these larger cycles of tension and resolution, and those in turn drive these even larger cycles of tension and resolution. And it's like a lot of music, most of music, I'm confident in saying, most of Western music revolves around these different scaled up ideas and versions and indeed levels of tension and resolution happening at faster and slower rates throughout the entire piece of music. And in fact, we can extrapolate this out even further to say that we could even look at one song to the next song to the next song as being resolution, tension, resolution. And indeed, we could look at an artist who usually creates a certain type of art, that as being their resolution. And then when they change and make a different type of art, or something that's a radical departure from the previous art, that in and of itself is tension on like a very meta level. And that if they return back to their old way of doing art, that on a sort of artist life level would be a cycle of resolution, tension, and resolution. Let's check out this next one. VIII. All right, so two things I want to point out to you. Number one, right there, that was a sus4 to major 1 after hearing the entire song in the minor key. And the major third is so quiet. I almost feel like I'm imagining it, but I'm like 85%, 95% sure that major third's in there. It's very, very quiet though. Okay, here's what I want to point out to you. When I say we're hearing theme A again, and I need your participation on this to make sure you're tracking, because I'm going to point things out like this again. I need to make sure we're all solid on the same base. So chat, here's your moment of participation. Number one, if you, well, here, let me point this out to you first. Okay. Listen to this melody. Okay, now listen to this. All right, chat, I need your help here. Type a 1 if you could hear the direct connection between Lacrimosa of Dana and the beginning of volitional decision. If you could hear that those are based, if you can hear the connection between the themes there. Like if you can hear musically, it's like a similar idea. It's like you see two identical twins and you can tell some things pretty close. It's maybe not exactly the same. And then you realize you're staring. You're like, okay, it's not polite to stare. I should stop staring at these twins. Or maybe that's just me. Okay, it's 3 of you. Now, if you do not hear the connection, this is very important because I need to know. If you do not hear the connection, I need you to type a 3 for me. If you can't hear how those two things I just played are related, type a 3 in the chat. Type a number 3 in the chat if you cannot hear it. And don't worry, it's not a bad thing if you can't hear it. I'm here to help you. Type a 3 so I can help you. If you cannot hear the connection between the two, type a 3 in the chat. Type a 3. Type a 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Type a 3. Well, I'm not seeing any 3s. Okay. All right, so you guys are hearing it. That's great. So keep on tracking that because I'm going to point it out to you next time we hit that theme. We're going to call that theme Theme A. Next one is called Theos de Endrogram. What an interesting name. Oh, we've heard this before. Okay, I'm actually going to talk you guys through what's happening here because a lot's going on that's very interesting, at least through the first half here. So right there, ending on 1 sus4 to 1. And leading up to that, we have 1, well, kind of 7 first inversion, flat 3 to 4 to 4 major to 4 minor to flat 7 to 1, and then it went 1 2 5 back to 1 flat 3 4 4 minor. And then I believe that was 5 minor right there. Yeah, it was. Okay. So 5 minor brings us back to 1 sus4 to 1 major. How 1 major? Okay, now right there, that's a pretty interesting riff. Let's go over that. So right there, that is now changing away from A minor to a Phrygian sound, which, yes, you could say, well, isn't technically the quality of A Phrygian minor? It's like, yeah, sure, but I think we're going to delineate definitely between this A pentatonic, A natural minor thing we had going on before the that whole thing to this. Because what that's doing now is, before, walking up from A minor, the second note we had was B with a G major on top of it. That's A minor. Sounded like Dust in the Wind by Kansas. Right? So instead of having this B natural here, now it's B flat. And that creates a completely different shift in the music and makes it a lot more threatening. And indeed, you can find a lot of boss themes that have a flat 2 as opposed to a natural 2 in it. And the difference between flat 2 and natural 2 is this. Here's your natural 2. Here's your flat 2. Which one sounds more threatening? Well, I'll give you a hint. The one with the flat 2 is actually like the Jaws theme. If Jaws isn't threatening, I don't know what is. And so using that flat 2 to create some interesting things with the boss. Now, we had a question from Adler XL. Is there a connection with the Dana motif, theme A, at around 1 minute and 40 seconds? I don't know. Let's go check it out. It's an interesting question. Around 1 minute and 40 seconds. So this is 1 minute 25 right here. Yes. Yes, exactly. Great ears, Adler. Yeah, it's theme A. I mean, kind of, sort of. It's gesturing at it. It's using it. All right, let's check out the next one, which is called Maya. Maya he. Maya he. Maya ha. Maya ha. Oh, parallel major again. So what's really interesting here is if we go, check this out. Wow. Hold on. Wow, we missed it. But anywho, I don't know. Maybe just me, but every time I'm hearing a C minor now, I'm hearing... Oh, hang on one second. I'm having a moment. Let's go back, listen to the other thing. All right, got it. Okay. So right there, every time I'm hearing a C minor now at this tempo in this soundtrack, I'm just imagining in my head that indeed theme A, the Lacrimosa main theme, is playing. All right, let's check out Abyss Beyond Dreams. By the way, please feel free to ask questions as we go. Well, that for sure sounded like an abyss. It seemed like there might be... So it's like taking melody. It's taking notes from... It's taking notes from the main theme. Indeed, in the same key we've heard the main theme, which is C minor. We're actually hearing notes from that main theme being sprinkled in, indeed like sprinkles, on a, like stingy sprinkles. On a, not like, you know, sometimes you get like an ice cream cone that's been like rolled in sprinkles and it's like, it is, no, it's like 4 or 5 sprinkles. Like, you wanted the cherries and there were some sprinkles in the cherries, and now you have cherries on your ice cream and there's a couple sprinkles and you're just like, well, okay, I guess I'm eating the sprinkles too. Kind of like that. There's a couple sprinkles here of notes from the main theme. We could hear the, I think we might have heard the C, we heard the F, we heard the B flat. Pretty cool. This one's called Origine de la Vita. Heck yeah. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, now I'd love to replicate this guitar playing, but I think it's a little fast for me. But guys, this is easily one of my favorite songs on this album so far. Like, easily. Like, this. Oh my gosh, that was sick. Just the way that the guitar was agreeing with the other instruments and then went off and did its shred thing. And even before that too. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. There was another part here that was just blowing my mind. Yeah, back here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Yo. Like, listen to the piano echoing the guitar part there. Oh, gosh. All right, easily top 2 so far. Marcus Shibara says, I have a question concerning the beginning of the song. The transition from this staccato would be 2 C's, not 2 K's, just for next time. Staccato, I think. Actually, Google it, because I'm not sure. I'm the music coach, not the spelling coach. Okay. So, and I don't understand why it works so well. Yeah, forget I said anything about the spelling. Okay. Let's pull this back to the beginning and see what you're talking about. So are you talking about that transition right there? Marcus Shibara? And by the way, just type a 1 for yes, so we can go quickly. Are you talking about that transition right there? Type a 1 for yes. Yeah, okay. So why this works so well? Well, number one, it's the instruments that set up what's about to happen. We have a choir going, oh, right? That right there in and of itself, like with the sound, the way it is with the reverb, sounds kind of like majestic, cool, expectant. Then you have this anvil sound with this bass drum. With the strings, and the strings are building. And the strings are building anticipation because it's doing tremolo, which is really fast playing. And it doesn't go all the way. Bum, 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 would be our highest one. So it's bum, bum, bum. And it's because it's ending on that third note. It's not finishing the arpeggio. It's not finishing the broken chord, bring us back to the root. That in and of itself is tension. Then on top of that, this kick drum coming in here, which is really cool. It's sort of like, you can think about this in the same way of a build up to a drop in like EDM or dance music, in the sense that you have this kick drum that's going to set the speed and set your expectation for the speed, and almost like when you smell dinner cooking might make you start to like salivate. You're like, oh yeah, I'm getting really hungry now. I can smell like sometimes my girlfriend will be cooking just like some onions, and I'll be like, this smells like the best thing I've had. She's like, it's just some onions in the pan. I don't care. It smells amazing. That's like what this is. It's like that kick drum is like the smell of onions cooking when you're hungry. And it's like, down. Yeah. It's like onions and garlic frying. It's the musical equivalent of frying onions and garlic and smelling it from another room and being like, oh boy, am I excited for whatever is about to come. And then it drops straight into full rock band. Along with it sounds like the choir and strings too mixed back as well. And so the transition really is about setting up expectation. It's setting up expectation through the speed, through ascending gestures in terms of notes going from low to high, and then within those ascending gestures, them finishing before you get to any type of resolution. So it leaves tension, and then using the kick drum to create tension too, and then going into... And then it's just metal from there. From there, it's just metal. And this is really beautiful. I love this drop here. A drop is when everyone stops playing for a second. You want to dip it gump. Over the line, we stand tall. Nobody touches us at all. Right? You feel like you're about to break into like some Pantera stuff. And indeed, they do give you the metal. So it's some tried and true tools to create this sort of cinematic expectation, then bringing into introducing the metal, and then in jiggity gong gong jiggity gong gong jiggity gong gong jong, and then it's all out, just total musical warfare. Does that answer your question? Makushibara. Type of 1 for yes, type of 2 for no. Type of 3 for follow-up question. Type of 4 to speak with a representative. Please hold. All agents are busy assisting other customers. Goodbye. By the way, that violin is killing it. That violin was destroying it. I think there was like 2 notes that I would have taken issue with. Right? The intonation didn't sound perfect on that last one, but oh my goodness, am I splitting hairs? Am I splitting hairs or what? I love how this whole song just moves. A little rubato, out of time. And you can hear the drummer. So again, we're hearing so many cues from metal music, because my goodness, I can't think of anything that's more metal than by the way, this is a China cymbal over here, and that's why it's going, and you can't see my feet, but they're going. They're double face pedals, and yes, I am on the balls of my feet, drummers. I'm no slouch on my heels now. And it's just like giving a count in on the hi-hat is like so beautifully aggressive. And then it's off to the races. Oh, picking up where we left off with Everlasting Transition. Theme A? Oh yeah. Yeah, heck yeah. Oh my goodness, was that beautiful. So what we heard here was the main theme being passed around different instruments. Now you can hear this all the time in classical music, indeed in film music, and also in video game music, but it's still really cool to point out. So I'm actually pointing out a couple times. Okay. Cello has it. Now violin takes it. Back to cello. Violin now. So is there something happening here where there's two characters working in harmony, perhaps? Or two things working in harmony? Or just perhaps, you know, something's happening where people are agreeing, where they didn't agree before? I wonder. I wonder indeed. I wonder indeed. So let me know in the chat, because I'd love to hear from you about what's going on here in this particular place. That being said, I'm also going to be keeping an eye to make sure we don't run into that same little recording issue we did before. So I'll be looking up and down just to make sure everything runs smoothly for the rest of today. And we're going to check out the next one, which is called All Out Attack, Append Music. Well, this does indeed sound like an all-out attack, and continuing this metal thing rocking and rolling. So nice. By the way, we now have 14.8 gigabytes of free space, so I think we're going to do okay, and we should have about 100 or 200 more in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're all set to go. So this is very thrash metal. Now, thrash metal was not this part here. If you listen to like early Metallica, now Metallica actually started underground. They did not have a record deal to start with, which I think was probably Lars's father, Lars Ulrich, is the drummer. His father's a marketing genius and had huge plans for the band and was incredible marketing mind. Anywho, they started out underground, and they had this album called Kill 'Em All. This was their first album they ever did. Supposedly Dave Mustaine did all the guitar work on it, and Kirk Hammett just copied it. But hey, we will never know because that's just, someone's opinion. And maybe it's true, maybe it wasn't. But regardless, what we can hear on that album is really pure, raw West Coast thrash metal. And that's what we're hearing influences of here. Yeah, and except for here, then it gets a little bit more like, Scorpion style thing with that harmonized guitar solo there. But really cool stuff. And if you like this type of music, I definitely do recommend checking out, you'd like Metallica, you might like Symphony of Destruction, Megadeth, what else might you like? Pantera you might like. Indeed, there was reference to Pantera in Terraria with the axe. Cool. Let's keep it going with Night Survivor. Sus 4 to major. Okay, so you ready to get nerdy? Type a 2 in the chat if you're ready to get nerdy. If you're ready to music nerd out. Type a 2 in the chat if you're ready to get nerdy. I'm going to point out something in this song that, oh my gosh, is such a nerd thing. And it really is just about how, I love it. Yeah, music nerds represent. Okay. All right, my fellow music nerds. Let's get after this. So, right here, we have a way of navigating to the parallel major that we have not heard before in this OST. So it's flat 6, flat 7, flat 6, flat 7, to 1 sus 4 to 1. And by the way, up to this point, we've been hearing minors. Okay. So that's really cool because up to this point, every time we've heard this sus 4 to parallel major movement, we've not heard it emphasized by the melody, but indeed here, the melody goes all out. And indeed, it's not just once, it's not just twice, but thrice, I counted just now, that we went in a row. Flat 6, flat 7, 1 sus 4, 1 major. It's the first time we've seen, I think, repeated this many times in this OST. Super cool. nerding out for that so hard and love it. The next one is called Riddles of the Labyrinth. We've heard these themes before. So we heard that. I think we heard that for one of the town themes. Or was the one after the town? Like a couple streams ago. We heard a town theme that sounded like that. By the way, what is append music? Chat, please educate me as to what append music is. What is append music? Append music. I have penned music, but I'm not sure what append music might mean. What does it all mean? Pray tell. Well, while chat tells me about what append music is, we're going to listen to At the End of Disaster, and then we'll talk about append music. Okay, so one thing I wanted to share with you guys is that Pikachu, also known as J2O Juiced, says the append music tracks were from the content that was added to the console version of Ys VIII, was originally PS Vita game. So these are extra tracks. Very, very cool. I'm really enjoying them too because they are little nuggets of goodness that, well, I can't think that we've heard anything like at the end of Disaster before. Now, something I want to point out to you guys is the bass line in this song. Now, also the bass guitar. If you are not wearing headphones, it is unlikely you will hear this very well. You might be able to hear it depending on your device, but small speakers for things like computer, laptops, and smartphones and tablets sometimes really just don't do the low end justice. Yes! Nihilna. J2O Juiced is Pikachu. Now, sorry, Pikachu, I just literally like outed you to the world. Okay. Now, type a 1 if you can hear that bass line. Type a 1 if you can hear that bass line. Type a 1 if you can hear the bass playing. And so what we can hear is that what's happening on top. Great ears, everyone. If you can't hear it, don't worry about it. Get some headphones. Listen to it again. Don't turn the headphones up too loud. You can damage your hearing. Now, what we can hear, and the reason why the bass can get so busy easily is because what's happening on the top are these long chords in the piano, in the strings. And yes, we can hear the piano and guitar are doing some more rhythm stuff, but the bass is really, just getting after it. And one of the reasons why the bass can get after it, and one of the reasons why the bass is standing out is because everything else is pulling back a little bit. And so that actually leaves space for the bass. Leaves space. Space for the bass. It leaves space. Space for the bass. It leaves space. The space for the bass. It leaves space. Space for the bass. Do I have a looper on this? I think I have a loop function on this. If I can. Oh, can we loop? Let's see. Oh! Hey! Space for the bass. Space for the bass. Type a 3 if you want me to keep going. Type a 3 if you want me to keep this insanity going. Type a 3. I just figured out how to use the looper on this thing. Type a 3 to keep going. Type a 2 to get back to the video game action. That was fun. That was something new. That was exciting. Thank you all for going on that little journey with me. Now, how do we turn this off? There we go. Oh, that was cool. Okay, where were we? Hope Alive. All right. So a couple interesting things here. Number one, the chord progression. A1 to flat 7 to flat 6 to 2 to 5 1 flat 7 flat 6 7 1 sus4 doesn't go to 1 major, goes to 1 minor. See right there, done. That could have easily been gone to the parallel major, as we've heard it done, did many times so far in this original soundtrack, but no indeed, not there, no sir, not me, staying there in the minor. Let's check out Play Vanishing Trail. I have a quick question for you. Yes. You. Do you want to finish the soundtrack today? Do you want to go through parts 3 and 4? Do the whole thing? We finish East today? Yes? No. I need at least 10 yeses. I need 10 yeses, guys. At least. So, Dana, Everlastingly, this was actually unused music. We actually have another unused piece that's going to come after this. Now, something I find really interesting about this unused piece here is that it's like is that is a really interesting melody, which I think we've heard before, which is different than the We've heard this one before. Chat's telling me to rest up, and now I'm saying that maybe you all are right. I should get some rest. But hey, before we do that, let's check out this next one, which is called A Pleasant Moment. Unused music. Here we go. Let's do this thing. Well, seems like the team doesn't want to finish Lacrimosa of Dana today, and that's okay. Maybe we'll do a little jam, because I feel like there's still a jam in my heart. Now, let's talk about this. So what's happening here is we're just going tonic, dominant, tonic. Yeah, Jappy Parazake! Love the new color, by the way. So we have D, which is 1, and then we're going to A, which is the dominant. Now, this is no ordinary A. This A is actually in first inversion, so the lowest note is going to be C sharp, which means that transitioning from the first chord to the second chord, the lowest note is only going to go down by a half step. So we have D to A in first inversion, with C sharp as the highest note. D. So this is all that's happening in the lowest note. We go D to C sharp, D, C sharp. What we build over that is a tonic to dominant tension resolution thing. So we have tonic home, dominant, tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution, tension, resolution. Let's check out this one. It's called Rhoda. Oh, that's it. Well, that was beautiful. Ah, that's a version of what we just heard in Dana Everlastingly. Because what we heard in Dana Everlasting was... what we heard was... and what we heard here is... so instead of... it's... literally taking the minor motif and turning it major. So basically what that means is that we have a series of notes. And what's happening is we're starting on the same note every time. Except that when we go up the first time, it gets kind of sad. Whereas when we go up the second time, it gets kind of happy. So that's the difference between the major and minor version of a motif. Here's the minor. Here's major. And all we're doing is we're changing two notes. We're changing scale degree 3 and scale degree 6. Assuming this is 1 and not indeed 5. As I think it was. Yeah. So it's not quite a one-to-one comparison. It's not quite as simple as how I just presented it, but how I just presented it does in fact teach you the lesson and helps you hear the difference between the major and the minor. Sounds like a major difference, says Jappy Parazaki. I agree with you. Let's check out Good Night. Good night. Ding, 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 ding. Okay. And what we heard right there. Guess what we heard right there? What we heard right there was flat 6, flat 7, 1 sus4 to 1 major. So that chord progression we've been hearing the whole time actually showed up in this little tidbit right here. Listen to it again. Flat 6, flat 7, 1 sus4 to 1 major. Well, sounds like we found treasure there. Tibby shar we hit gold. That's my pirate voice. All right, well, I guess we'll call it here for today. For part 3, thank you all so much for joining me on this part 3 adventure. See you next week. Next week, maybe Saturday for part 4. I don't know if we're going to be able to do a Wednesday. Yeah, we'll say Wednesday part 4. Wednesday for part 4. We may start a little earlier on Wednesday, so look out for that over on the Discord and things. I'll see y'all. Thank you so much for joining me on this. Thank you so much for your support. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for your subscriptions. Thank you for your cheers of bits. And I'll see y'all next time. Take care and goodbye. Well, hey there. How's it going? For Best Music Coach, my name is Dan, and what you're doing right now is you're watching a music teacher, that would be me, react live and in real time. The VIII original soundtrack. I've never heard this before. This is going to be our last installment of the original soundtrack. And the really cool part is we're going to do some vocal versions of songs we've already heard today. So this is going to be like a celebration, indeed a victory lap, of a selection of songs that we've heard already. We're going to rock and roll to really tie this up with a bow, to put a pin on it, to... Anyone else have a saying for when you end something? Go out with a bang? There you go. I came up with 3. Chat, give me one more while I go ahead and get this thing rocking and rolling. We're going to start with Sunshine Coastline. Triumphant finale. There you go, Pikachu. Ah! You ever put a shirt on some days and feel like it's all just like twisted up the wrong way? You can't figure out how or why. That guitar feels a little loud, huh? Parallel major at the end there. Oh, come on, every time. It's going to 4. It's that Rivers in the Desert chord. It's 4 in first inversion. Oh! I have to turn this guitar down. As if that's why I was not playing so well. Okay! Well, hey. That was beautiful. That was a ton of fun. Sunshine Coastline. I believe you heard that one before, but it was beautiful to revisit that. It was super fun rocker. Now, well, the parts where it kept on throwing me for a loop is when it went to a 4 in first inversion. And this is, I like to call this the Rivers in the Desert chord because indeed... Right, so what happens right there is it's 1, flat 7, to right here it's 4, borrowed from the major. It's F major in this case, but in first inversion, so A is going to be the lowest note. And then in this song it was coming up, so it was like A flat, to then that beautiful Rivers in the Desert chord, then a flat 7, then, I mean right there voicing it as as if it was a 5 in first inversion. But indeed, we could most likely think of that as either a dominant passing chord, or really, yeah, indeed, as being, a diminished passing chord, fully diminished 7. Or we can indeed think of that as being 5. Any version of 5. It all works. Twitchuanya, great to see ya. First time chatter, most welcome. Hey, let's check out this next one, called Super Ultimate, Hope to You. Hello there. I'll catch it next time. That was beautiful, and also so much fun. I'll tell you, one of the coolest parts there was that while the verse, and okay, this is actually really cool, because a lot of the time throughout this OST, what has happened is that, if I recall correctly, verses have followed like chord progressions that have been along the lines of, well, I don't think we had that exact chord progression throughout the OST. We had a lot of, what do we have? Yeah, we had a lot of that. Okay, but back to my point. What I find interesting is that the verse here is actually a 1, flat 7, flat 6, essentially. Then it did go a 2, 5, back to 1. And then the second time through the verse, so we're back at 1, was like flat 7, flat 6, 5, flat 7, flat 6, 1 sus to 1 minor. Excuse me. And then the chorus was 1, 4, flat 7, flat 3, or you could think of that as being 1, flat 6, 4, borrowed, aka Rivers in the Desert, to 7, to essentially 5 in first inversion, or indeed we can think of that as being fully diminished 7th, then back to 1. Super cool. Let's check out this next one, which is called Beyond the Flowing Night. Interesting. Whoa. That was insane. Whoa! Oh, so pretty. So pretty. Okay, hey, let's, there's a really interesting thing happening back here. Yes. Right here. This. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you guys. What was that? Okay, so we had A sus to A major, we had B sus to B major, and then I lost the plot. B. Oh my goodness, what is that chord? Yeah, we got that note. Good job, Dan. Yeah, F. Something weird in there. Oh, that's because it's a come on, brain, work. D flat major. Okay, so we have what an interesting transition. Okay, so the reason why this is so interesting is we're basically in the key of, we'll call it F major. And so, maybe we call it D minor. All right, we're gonna pretend like we're in the key of D minor. That's how we're gonna frame everything I'm about to. Big brain it dances when I'm like, yeah, thank you. I would just, sometimes when there's like a jump that I'm not used to hearing, I'm like, wait, what was that? Okay, so check this out. We are in the key of D minor. So D minor is 1. G minor is 4. Flat 7, flat 3. It really sounds like we're in the key of F now because they're in 2, 5, 1s and F. But check this out. Okay, now this is the only time it happens in the song, right? This is the only time this happens once in the song, and it's like, man, if you want to know a composer is like really putting in like the special sauce into something, it's like something happens one time in the song, and if you missed it, you missed it. It's like fiction writers. It's like they'll write it once. If you didn't rate it, good luck to you. Okay, so A, sus 4, A. Now, this is something that is relatively normal when we're in the key, well, common, I should say, not normal. Common, if we're thinking about being in the key of D minor, is having A sus4, A back to 1, because this is a 5-to-1 relationship. So if D is 1, E is 2, F is 3, G is 4, A is 5. Because in the musical alphabet, we go A, B, C, D, F, G, and then we go back to A after G. We don't go to H. And that repeats round and round. So going from A to D is 5-to-1. This is a very common movement in music. 5-to-1 happens all the time. Literally wrote a book that is all based around 5-to-1. Music theory 2. That one down there. Oh, the lights are not on. Let there be. Oh, you can't see it because of the piano. All right, that one there. Right there. Power of tension and resolution. Okay, so this is tension. Resolution, which then would really be 2 different types of tension to lead us to this resolution. So we have 5, sus4 to 5. Now, this is really interesting. 6, not flat 6, but 6, sus4, and then going to what is essentially a major 7. Not major 7 is in the chord quality, but literally 7, like Roman numeral 7, like chord 7, and it's major. Not flat 7, 7. And then what an interesting thing to bring us back to that B flat major 7. So I want to play just a little bit. So your ears should be pretty used to this by now. Here we go. Sounds really cool, but like, what? Wow. Really cool. Really cool. Very interesting little thing going on there. This one is called Gendarme. Which I believe I'm translating correctly means the people who have arms. That's a joke. Here we go. Oh, yes. I recall this one. Yeah, violin. Oh my gosh. Wow. I mean, type a 1 in the chat if you thought that was just the bee's knees. Type a 2 in the chat if you have no idea what the bee's knees are, but you'd like to know. If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again. Goodbye. Ah. J2OJ says the guitarist here, Masaru Teramae, works on Falcom's arrangements. Very talented. I agree. It's very tasteful, shreddy stuff. It's amazing. Well, I don't see any 2s. So that's good news. We have 3 people who think it's the bee's knees. And guess what? I tend to agree with you. This is really cool to hear this version of Gendarme, but really rockified, metalified, heavy rockified, heavy metal, whatever you want to call it. It sounds awesome. Awesome. Hey, let's check out this next one, which is called Inside My Head.
Not
Sick. Chat, I'd really love to know from you. And by the way, if you're watching this on YouTube, in the VOD, comment, or put in the live. If you're watching this live, I'd love to hear what your favorite song from this entire OST is. No, like, what's your favorite song from the entire OST? Like, what piece really makes your heart sing? Because there's such a variety. Like, this OST really moves around. While it does have its sort of roots and its feet planted in this sort of rock thing, it also moves around a whole lot. Oh, Jappy Patazaki says this is the first time hearing it. That's really cool, Jappy. My first time hearing it too. Look at us on an adventure together. Huh. Adler XL says, don't ask impossible questions. Well, okay then. I take your point. Too many good choices. Fair enough. All right, let's check out Dana, or Donna. Rana Donna. Oh gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh, that was so beautiful. Wow. Chat, scale of 1 to 5. Type number. You're watching this on demand. Put it in the comments. Scale of 1 to 5. My goodness. How beautiful do you think that was? 5 is like so beautiful. One's lucky? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna vote. I cast my vote. I cast my vote. Jappy put 4 with an exclamation mark. Jappy, once you start putting exclamation marks on 4, I feel like that's really a 5. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. I feel like when I ask for whole numbers and the exclamation points start coming after the whole numbers, is like you're trying to say something. It's like, in all fairness, like I feel like you're trying to say 4.5, but trying to keep it a whole number. It's either a 4 with an exclamation point or a 5. Yeah, I agree. Or a 5 or 5 with ellipses. No, only whole numbers. Only whole numbers. The whole point of reducing the scale down to 5 is you have to be more precise with your choices instead of up to 10. Okay. That was beautiful. That was really incredible. I think that, at least for me, that was one of the most beautiful and tasteful songs. And expressive 4. Yes, one of the most beautiful and tasteful songs of the entire OST. Easily. I mean, bringing in the live players, and excellent players at that, too. Just emotional, expressive. That was beautiful. That was incredible. Love that. Just the arrangement was on the money. All right, guys, we're listening for 2 more for today. We're going to check out Eternal Travelers, and then we're going to listen to Ikluki. I feel like some of these C's should be pronounced as S's. Eclusian Dance. Islucian Dance. Look, if all C's are S's, it's Islucian Dance. Eclusian. Yeah, that seems right. So we're going to do Eternal Travelers and then Eclusian Dance. Yes, sax. Splash some Okay, that was again another gorgeous one. I just have a couple questions. Joe Bro, shout out to Joe Bro. Yes, I'm talking to you. Hey, were you the one who upvoted this OST when we were over on YouTube? Just out of curiosity, because I recall you did quite a few upvotes. Was this one of them? I'm curious. Curious. If not, that's fine. I'm just wondering. I'm having flashbacks of memory. I just want to see if I'm remembering correctly or not. So throughout this, well, this entire super ultimate version we've been hearing, for me personally, I've actually preferred these versions of the songs because, well, they're like songs. And I'm a song guy. I like my songs. And just the recording, the vocals, the reworking of the arrangements, it's beautiful. It's gorgeous. I love it. Love it so much. And they feel... there's something more fully packaged about them in this form. More fully packaged. It feels like it's the whole enchilada, if you will. All right, guys, let's check out one more for today. Ecclusian Dance. Lord help my pronunciation. Oscar. Beautiful. Oh, and a little Christmas flavor in there to call it a day. Thank you all so much for your support and hanging out with me on this VIII original soundtrack exploration that we have done. We are all done for today. We are all done with VIII original soundtrack, and this was absolutely a hugely fun exploration. I really enjoyed this because, as I said, I started out this entire soundtrack thinking it was going to be one thing. I was like, oh, it's going to be kind of light, and then all of a sudden the rock version started hitting, the heavier things started happening, and then all of a sudden it just got so eclectic. So many different flavors, so much going on, so much incredible writing, producing, arranging, the musicians, the mixing, the mastering, everything. Really incredible, beautiful, tasteful music. Delightful. Thank you all so very much for joining me. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Next up is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to be very exciting. Because I have a dream that I don't think I've ever shared with anyone, that I'm going to share with you guys today. Are you ready for this? This is a confession from the bottom of my soul. Guys, I want to be the best. The best that ever was. Is anyone catching on? Oh, is it like no one ever was? Sorry, say look, I'm messing up the words already. I thought I had it. It's been a while since I heard that song. Like no one ever was. Yes, I want to be the very best. Like no one ever was. By the way, if you guys want to see a really cool thing, to catch them is my real test, and to train them is my cause. Pokemon! I'm so stoked. Guys, if I had $1 for every minute that I've played Pokemon games on a Game Boy Advance. No, not a Game Boy Advance SP. I mean the Game Boy Advance where you had to sit in the sunlight at just the right angle so you could see the screen. And if the sun got too bright, you couldn't play and you had to go find shade. That Game Boy Advanced. You know, the sideways one was purple, kind of see-through. I played them on the Game Boy Advance SP. Cobalt blue. The backlit screen. Ooh, fancy. I even had the screen magnifier that flipped down to make it look bigger. Guys, if I had $1 for every minute I've spent playing Pokemon games, oh, and I'd invested that in the stock market, I'd be a rich man today. That being said, let's get rocking and rolling. You have a fantastic, phenomenal rest of your day, and I will see you for Pokemon and the next stream. Take care, and goodbye.